This conference will now be recorded.
I'm here. Doug Dorsey?
Here.
Kathy Miller is here. Todd Benzie?
Here.
Duback?
Present.
Ken Sartain?
Here.
And David Mahan.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Kathy. Okay, we'll go ahead and start off with public comment. This time is made available for comments from the public on all matters within the board's jurisdiction. If you would like to comment on an agenda item, please do so now. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes. No member of the board of directors is required to respond to comments made during this time. Do I have any visitors here who would like to take 3 minutes to comment?
Yes, this is Beata Olivas, lot 551.
Go ahead, Beata.
Hi. The YLOA monthly business meetings used to be the third Tuesday of each month, then moved to the fourth Tuesday, and now it's the first Tuesday of the following month. The reason for the changes were to give our GM additional time to get the financial statements to the board for review 4 days before the meeting. At the March 2nd business board meeting, the board could not approve the financials because they were incomplete. At the April 6th business board meeting, our treasurer, Mark Zoller, did not receive the balance sheet. He stated he needs to review it to make sure our bills are being paid. I'm starting to see a trend, and in the past have seen this trend before, which greatly concerns me. Another issue that concerns me is the $650,000 PPP loan and how it's being recorded in the YLOA books. Was the PP loan recorded as a liability on the balance sheet and transferred to the general ledger to the accounts that utilize the loan? Once the PP loan is forgiven, will it be recorded under accounts receivable and be applied to the general ledger to satisfy the accounts that utilize the loan? It seems to me having the PPP loans and funds sitting in a bank account are improper accounting procedures. My other questions, what effect will the $650,000 PPP loan forgiveness have on the new budget for the fiscal year beginning July the 1st? Will the PP funds be applied to the employee salaries and health insurance? Was there any deferred FICA taxes? Why should it be equally split between YLOA and YSPUC, while LOA has more employees than YSPUC? Will the PP funds be applied accordingly to the Internal Revenue forgiveness requirements?
Thank you, Beata. Do I have any other folks who would like to utilize some time?
Yes, I would. I'm Pamela McDaniel.
Hi, Pamela.
Hi, I'm some lot number here, but I'm calling in because I'm a little concerned about a couple of things. On one of the board meetings, I saw that they were purporting how much pizza revenue there was, and that it was paid off within 5 months, and they were using the pizza receipts. And I found that a little bit egregious because we already had pizza sales before that oven went in. So I don't really believe that the actual numbers were an increased pizza sales. It was hard to tell because we did not really have full figures, and nobody really questioned this. A lot of the concerns of the people here is that what happened with the pizza oven, how the cost greatly increased, things didn't seem to be researched before it was put in. Another thing that I noticed on the last meeting is Jonathan, he proposed $800 for 4 trees for Memorial Grove for volunteers and different people that had passed away, which, you know, is a really wonderful cause, but we're at a huge deficit. And me, myself, and a lot of other people that live here, we only want funds that are absolutely necessary for expenses to be paid out of our money. Anything else like this that's extra, like a Memorial Grove, $800 for 4 trees, should be done on a fundraising level. And that's pretty much, if you went down to the Valero and asked people that came in, that's pretty much what they would say. And I found it really disturbing that Jonathan, as our general manager, would put that out there, and that everybody on the board said, yeah, sure, no problem. How about you guys pay for it out of your pockets? You know, I really think that, especially with the rising costs, that this was, I wonder, it makes a lot of people wonder what else is being passed without our really, you know, seeing it, without really watching this closely, because you guys are supposed to represent us, and we really appreciate all the work and the hard work that everybody goes into this. We totally do. It's just that We just would like to see things go for absolutely necessary cost, and that's it.
Thank you, Pamela.
Sure.
Anybody else?
Yes, Sandy, Steve Brannon, I don't know which one I have, 1139 is one of them. Anyway, I'd like to comment on actually what you're doing today. You know, this is a budget meeting, and I know budgets are hard. I used to do this myself in a former life, putting out budgets for the boards. And, you know, to people that aren't familiar with these things, this is the board, not really the board's, but the staff's best estimate of what it's going to cost to run the association next year. You know, and I've heard things where people say, well, this isn't the way budget's not supposed to be made, this and that. The place I work for did exactly the same thing that Jonathan's doing right now. You know, you go in there, you look at last year's budget, and you estimate if it's going to be similar to next year or not. And you probably look back even 2 or 3 years to see if there's a trend in anything going up. You know, there's a lot of things. This isn't an exact process. You're not going to say we're going to spend $500 on gas and come up and spend $500. You may spend $450. You may spend $550. But like I say, this is the best guesstimate, and people need to realize that. So anyway, I know you guys will do a good job. And I know Jonathan's will be doing a good job on this. So thanks a lot, and talk to you later. Bye.
Thank you, Steve. Any other comments? Going. Okay, if we don't have any other comments, I'll go ahead and get started. I just want to share with the board that an HOA operating budget is a projection of the money needed by the association to cover operating expenses and to provide adequate reserves for repair and replacement of the elements of the property that is within our HOA, that what we maintain. California law requires the HOA adopt an operating budget every year. Having a budget helps the board, the HOA board, make better informed decisions on behalf of the association. Boards have a duty to impose regular and special assessments sufficient to carry out their duties under the governing documents. The board's primary duties are to maintain the common areas, fund the reserves for maintaining common areas, insure the common areas, and enforce governing documents. Making decisions on the association's budget is a major responsibility for the board. An accurate and well thought out budget ensures the financial health of our community, not just for this next fiscal year, but for many years to come. So I encourage the board members to engage in the process and ask your questions. Again, as we mentioned before, let's put the questions in the right place so that we can move through, because as you know, this meeting can be very long. And we'll go ahead and let Jonathan get started.
Okay. So Sandy, I don't want to, just as we get going, there were a couple of public comments, and I just wanted to address a piece of that because I think they're really easy to address, and that would take care of a couple concerns, and it will only take a few minutes.
Sure.
So I'm not going to address all of them at this moment, but ones that are, you know, the ones I have the data right here that are easy to show. First on PPP funds. Those are absolutely recorded correctly. They're recorded in full. This is the balance we received on PPP funds right here of $650,000. You apply for PPP funds for your organization and its subsidiaries. All right, we have estimated based on how that divides that $119,000 of those PPP funds would be transferred to YSPUC, not be divided equally as what one of the commenters suggested, and that has been consistent the entire time we've had funds. It's been presented on our financial statements and cash balances the entire time. Those funds have not been transferred to any other account until they are completely forgiven. And, you know, until that time, until that time, they won't be rolled into our regular budget or used for any other purposes. And so just to clarify, we do keep our books correctly. We have accountants that review them on a regular basis. And then, of course, they do a final review of the fiscal year to make sure that everything is recorded properly. They are professionally trained and licensed by the state of California to do that work. And there's a financial committee that reviews the financials on a monthly basis. This has been an unusual year, and there are times when you get to the year end that you have to make adjustments, which is part of what the accountants are there for, to review and make sure they're all properly done. Quick comment on the pizza kitchen funds. More than happy to address that. Again, what the board had requested and what we had presented was pizza sales for a particular period of time. And as we look at the financials and the restaurant revenues in this year's budget, you'll see that those revenues were down significantly due to COVID in both the last 2 fiscal years. And so that was just a snapshot of what had happened in that period of time. So there is more to the story. There was nothing misleading that was presented there. And of course, I'm more than happy to meet with any owner in the association that has questions that they'd like to discuss in detail. So appreciate the comments and feedback from the community, and just want to reassure you that we do know what we're doing, and we have outside professionals that review that to make sure that to double check it and make sure that things aren't getting missed. Okay, that said, let's move on to the budget piece. Okay, wow, what a year. I know that we've all experienced a lot from COVID, certainly something that most of us have ever experienced in our lifetimes. It was incredibly disruptive, required many adjustments throughout the year, and had a very significant financial impact on us. When I started 3 years ago, we had 3 very significant challenges. First of all, our cash flow and reserves were not sufficient to operate the association in the manner that the board and the general manager are obligated to do so. We had enormous amounts of deferred maintenance without funding to take care of them. And we were facing a 50% increase in minimum wage, over a 5-year period of time, which made it difficult to address all of those issues simultaneously. I am pleased to say that we have made significant financial progress in the last 3 years. When I arrived and did my initial review of the financials, the association was in dire straits. Not sufficient reserves, not sufficient operating funds in the annual budget to meet our existing obligations, much less take care of the future obligations or deferred maintenance. Now that had developed over several years, and which is why we put in a multi-year plan to address those concerns and meet the fiduciary obligations of the board and the general manager as charged by Davis Sterling. Nobody likes to have dues increases, but it is true that expenses go up every year with inflation, and we have done our best to balance all of the different things that we need to accomplish while moving forward and improving the community for all of the residents. So let's talk just for a minute about the COVID silver lining. All right, so last year at this time, things were incredibly uncertain, and they changed multiple times throughout this year. We were able to qualify for PPP funds of about $525,000 for the association. And we were able to take advantage of a program the government provided called WorkShare. And to participate in WorkShare, we reduced the labor hours that our employees were working. And then the difference and then some was made up by funds from the federal government. This had a multitude of benefits. One, it reduced our operating expenses, which directly saved the homeowners money. Second, it actually the net benefit to our employees was actually positive. They actually ended up making more money than they would have based on their regular wages. So the flip side of that is we did have to reduce our labor hours in order to qualify for that program. And that meant that we did not, accomplish as many things as we wanted to this year, but we did make significant progress on all fronts. In total, between the PPP funds, counting the labor savings from the reduced labor, and then counting the funds that were provided to employees that were not at a cost to the association or the association membership, we brought in over $2 million of savings and external funds to benefit our community. That's a huge, huge accomplishment. In fact, it's probably one of the two or three things I'm most proud of over the course of my 30-year business career. As I'm charged with, not making the rules that we have to operate businesses by, but doing the best within those rules for our organization and for our community. We last year anticipated that there would be negative financial repercussions from COVID. That was a smart budgeting decision. Turns out from a financial perspective that basically everything that could go right financially last year did go right for us, which is why if you look at this number right here, we're projecting operating income this year significantly greater than budget. And how did that happen? That happened primarily because of the reduced labor costs, and it happened because we operated within our budget and did not need to use any of our contingency funds. We had actually increased our contingency fund budget last year in anticipation of additional COVID expenses. In fact, we didn't need to use any of that contingency fund. So our financial forecast, and I don't anticipate that we will need any between now and the end of the fiscal year. So our financial forecast for this year is much, much better than budget, all things considered. And then just to clarify, these numbers do not include PPP funds. PPP funds are not reflected anywhere in our budget. At this point in time, they are only maintained on the balance sheet. And they are not rolled into budget. They're not reflected in income in any way whatsoever. So this was an actual huge silver lining in COVID for us, and it's going to actually continue in this next year because we continue to benefit from WorkShare and participation in WorkShare, which overall lowers our labor budget for the next year. So again, doing our best to benefit the homeowners and manage our money as smartly and as effectively as we can, while still meeting all our fiduciary obligations. Okay, so 2019. I had a question from one board member about why these are labeled prelims. The reason they were labeled prelims for 2019 is because final taxes have not been filed. Due to COVID, the filing period was extended. I think everybody may remember it was pushed off 6 months last year. And so those will be finalized in approximately 30 days. There should not be, we won't see any significant changes to those. Per my estimate, but I'm not going to call them actuals until the accountants have have finalized their review. But 2019 was impacted significantly by COVID, which we'll see when we look at the budget proposal for the restaurants in particular. All right, so for 2021, our revenue budget is $5.5 million. That is, we'll go down into categories and break them down. You can see where those are made up. So let's start with admin. So for admin, our budget last year was $3.7 million, which includes dues and a few other sources of revenue for the association. We actually are projecting to collect $3.8 million this year, slightly better than what we had budgeted last year. That's primarily due to the increased real estate market that generates some additional fees. And then for this year, I'm projecting $3.91 million, and we'll break into the details of that momentarily. Labor costs, as we discussed, were down significantly, primarily due to work participation in workshare. So it was lower than budget, and you can see it was lower than the last 2 years. Again, doing what we can for the benefit of the community and be as effective as possible with the cash we do have. My projection for this year is $434,000 in labor costs, which you will see is still less than what we had, than what we did in 2019. So we continue to work to be as efficient as possible there. Expenses are projected at 226. This is a reduction in expense from what we had in the previous 2 fiscal years, and then we can look at what makes that up. So that is projecting an operating income to the association admin of $3.2 million, or $3.254 million, which is slightly better than we did last year and is a slight increase from what the budget was last year, and is an improvement from where we were in 2018 and 2019. All right, so I'm going to pause there for a second and see if there are any questions from the board before we look at the details of the admin department. Okay, I'm going to say that's a no. So, all right, so there are a couple things that I wanted to go through with the board on detail. We're not going to go through every line item unless the board has specific questions on those. Once the budget is approved, the detailed budget is available to every member of the association upon request. I mean, not immediately upon it being approved, but once the when we send out the annual packets, anybody that would like to see a detailed breakdown is welcome to do that on a line-by-line basis. So the proposal this year is to increase our dues assessment 3.2%. That's to meet all our various obligations and to cover increases in inflation, et cetera, et cetera. That turns out to be $4.25 per month, or $54 a year, relatively minor. And then we break that down with provision for doubtful accounts, estimated at 5%. And those that you have to account for that because there are a certain percentage of homeowners that do not pay their dues in that current fiscal year. And if you don't account for that in your budget, you will end up cash short, which is one of the challenges that we had in the years prior to the budgets that I've prepared, is that we did not account for this and we would frequently end up cash short at the end of the year. Does not mean that we don't ultimately collect those, but it does, but you have to account for that in your budget, because if you run out of cash or you don't have the cash you project, you're not able to complete the accomplishments or the objectives that you have set for that year. All right, so last year, due to COVID, we did not assess late charges for past due. We anticipated it would be a tough time financially for people. We are going to begin doing that again this year per this proposal. Payment processing fees, represent the extra cost for processing extra payments on a monthly basis or quarterly basis for people that choose not to pay dues all at once. Those hit the significant numbers in admin, other than regular, expected increases in things like insurance costs and some expected increases in things like electricity and other operating costs. So, does the board have any specific line items that they would like to that they'd like additional information on?
This is David. I just wanted to point out on property transfer fees and demand fees that we are projecting an increase because, like you say, we expect the sales market to continue. This is one of the things I think I can talk about as a board member, that with the Fix Our Stuff and other things we've done, sales are up, at least some, based on that, I think. So that's why you're projecting that will continue. I think that's something that the board should be willing to say that they have tried to help with. Even in COVID, we have done things that have helped increase the value of property.
May I also say something? Some homeowners have also told me that they have moved out and are planning to move out because of the dues increases. So there's also that.
So Jonathan, I have a question about that line item provision for doubtful accounts.
Yep.
It says 5% allowance for delinquent accounts. So the 192,540 represents 5% of what's owed, or?
But 5% of our annual assessments. So it's 5% of this number, Sue.
Okay.
Yeah, roughly, okay, historically, we collect about 95% of the dues of the assessments in any given year.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's actually fairly typical for associations. I saw an article recently that actually had some interesting information that during COVID, we would have expected that payment of dues would have decreased. In fact, it's actually increased. The average on-time payment of dues for homeowners associations across the country is 92% historically. It actually hit about 97 or 98% in January of this year. So it's not just us, other associations also experienced an increase in collections in this last year, which is an interesting tidbit, right?
Yeah.
So I mean,
sorry.
Go ahead, Sue.
And then the one other line item is on the late charges. So when do you anticipate we can begin to start? I mean, I don't want to pressure you or the membership that's having a problem paying. However, when do we anticipate we're going to start those late fees?
You pick up the late fees again in the next fiscal year. So
Okay.
starting again in July.
July. Okay.
And then we will of course work with homeowners to set up payment plans. We are very sympathetic to that and help people address their the individual their individual financial hardships. And we're very cooperative working with homeowners who are experiencing that. But for those that don't contact us and for those that don't work something out, this is a strong incentive to make progress on dues payments. So.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Did the board have any other questions specifically on any of the line items in this portion of the budget?
I did, but Sue asked it, so that just saved another question. Thank you, Sue.
My pleasure.
Okay, so let's move on then to aerobics department. So we're seeing, I'm projecting an increase in labor costs for the aerobics department. That has to do with minimum wage going up because it was only minimum wage employees in this department. That has a 7% impact on wages this year, this next calendar year. It's a 7% increase that's required by law. And I'm also projecting a slight increase in the number of hours that we use with our aerobics. And they also do water meter inspections because I anticipate that we will also use them to help gather information for the ECC committee. And since they're already on the properties once a month anyway. And that's the reason for that change. So actually we're here on this one. That's the reason for that change. Okay. Were there any questions that the board had specifically about the individual line items for aerobics? Okay. So auto, we had an opportunity last year to bring in automobile mechanic. It was my perception that this was a little bit of an experiment to see if it would improve reduce our overall maintenance budget for the vehicles that we have. It turns out that we were having multiple vehicles repaired on a monthly basis, either in here with a mobile repair mechanic or by taking the vehicles to shops and other places. You can imagine it's highly inefficient to take our vehicles off-site for repair, since doing so requires 2 employees to go drop the vehicle off. Then we're without the vehicle for a period of time, and it requires 2 employees to go pick that vehicle up. So this year, we were a lot more proactive in addressing vehicle maintenance issues. The final verdict isn't in on this yet, but I do think that it will reduce our overall automobile maintenance costs across the board and give us better results from our vehicles and have them last longer. It's obviously, if you can keep your vehicles running for more years by doing preventative maintenance and handling, instead of being reactive, the long-term cost of owning those vehicles should decrease. So I have built that into our budget formally this year, and this represents those numbers. So any board questions specifically about?
Actually, I do. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, Kathy. What do you mean by loaded wages?
So loaded wages includes the cost of salary plus benefits.
Oh, he's a full-time employee?
What I budgeted was 32 hours a year with benefit, or 32 hours a week, sorry, 32 hours a week with benefits. Currently he does not have benefits, but that really is a kind of a necessary part of keeping the mechanic we have on staff.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, no, good question.
I just didn't know how many hours he worked, if he, because I know he comes after all the trucks are back in the yard.
Yeah, it's part. So this year he has been working, kind of an odd shift, right? So to put in the hours that we need, afternoons, evenings, weekends, kind of thing.
Right.
And we would like to have him available here during the regular work hours, because that will help improve some efficiencies, we believe. And we'll and we'll formalize the process. And then we'll reevaluate it after this, after this year is over. So.
Okay.
So I just
Thank
want to clarify, Jonathan, so this person is 32 hours a week budgeted. Did you say that was hourly, an hourly wage or a salary?
Okay, so it's an hourly wage.
Okay.
And just to clarify, Kathy, are you asking if it's salary or exempt? Because sometimes there's a difference.
Yeah, there is.
No, I'm just asking if this is a salary, because I see that the expectation is $72,000, or if this is an hourly wage at 32 hours a week.
Okay, I think there's still just to clarify, everybody that is not an exempt employee is an hourly employee, whether they have a salary or not. I know that can sound confusing. I just want to make sure that we're clear on this. Though he is paid on an hourly rate, but he does in this budget. If the board approves this, he will also receive benefits. The wage is budgeted at 32 hours a week, and that is the schedule we would expect him to keep.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry. So this is that way, that labor rate right there is based on 32 hours a week, no overtime after 40 hours or whatever, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And his benefits are included in that price.
Yes, correct.
Well,
So,
I would
so
think
we're
the
not
benefits
dividing
would
this.
be,
So we're not dividing this number by 32 and expecting that to be his or to get his
hourly
hourly
rate. Right.
Correct.
Right.
We're not doing that because his medical and insurance and all that benefits is included in this price.
Correct.
Okay.
Understood.
I just didn't want somebody to think the guy's making $72,000 a year.
Right.
But his benefits are included in that.
Correct.
Jonathan,
Yeah.
just as a point of perspective, can you give us an idea of how many vehicles we have in our fleet?
Yeah, we have it varies a little bit, not a whole lot, but we have between water company and the association, we have approximately 30 vehicles in the fleet. And then we have some other kinds of equipment that he can do maintenance and repairs on as well. So.
Yeah. So some of the well, they're not really vehicle pieces of equipment. They would need to be serviced by outside people because they're heavy equipment. We are not capable of doing that.
Yeah, not correct. Some of them are specialized, but there is some regular maintenance that he could be trained on accomplishing for some of those vehicles.
Thank you.
For example, like
Sorry.
the small. Yeah, just real quick. For example, like the small Bobcat, right?
Okay, Jonathan, so what vehicles will he be routinely maintaining? Which vehicles?
Yeah, all of our road vehicles.
Not the security vehicles?
No, all of the vehicles that are registered and drive on the road, all automobiles and trucks.
That are owned by the association?
Yes.
So security, maintenance, water, roads,
PRP.
PRP, every vehicle that we have.
Yeah, ECC, yeah.
So you divide that up, he's working on one car every single day.
Almost, yeah.
And then he starts back in at the end of the month and starts back in on the cars again the next month.
Yep. And that includes all regular maintenance and almost all major repairs. There are a couple things we can't do. We don't have the equipment right now to do tire rotation, for example. he can handle oil changes, and he can handle engine anywhere up to and doing engine replacements, air conditioner work, alignment work, suspension work. So.
This is David, if I may say, as a retired transportation officer from the military with a lot of background in this. This is one of the most important additions we have done. It's one of the best buys we've got going. That's why we have to be willing to pay above minimum wage to have someone here with those skills. It's already paying off, and it will pay off, in the future. It's going to be a money saver for us because we're not sending two people out with a vehicle. We're not waiting while it's down at someplace getting repaired for 6 weeks or whatever, because we've had that. This is a good thing for the organization.
Jonathan, I have a question. I don't know if you have the figures, just kind of came to me just now. Do you by any chance have a comparison of what we have paid previously, like let's say for the last fiscal year or some period of time for the maintenance when we had to send these vehicles out for maintenance?
I have an approximation of that. I don't have the final numbers. That was a report Jared was working on for me. I could present that at the board meeting, the next board meeting. But from looking at the vendor tickets, the outsourced or the on-site mechanic, the traveling mechanic that we were using, we were averaging anywhere from 2 to 4 visits a month, by that mechanic. And the average bills would run from, right around $600 on average for the various work that he did. So just that piece of it, we were averaging about $3,000 a month on that, but that was all reactive. It wasn't doing any of the proactive maintenance that we need to do.
So Jonathan, those costs would include labor and parts, correct? Those costs that you're talking about?
Yeah, correct. That's what the expense is primarily for parts, Kathy.
Yes. So with the mechanic, of course, we're not paying, in this budget today, this is not accounting for any of the parts or anything like that.
No, in the budget today, the parts, the $25,000 in there accounts for parts.
But the $72,000 does not account, we're not talking about parts, we're just talking about paying the employee, correct?
Yes, the $72,000 is labor, the $25,000 is parts, and we save a significant amount on parts because that's one of the things that most auto repair people mark up, and we actually get a discount based on the volume we've been buying this year. We get a discount of about 10 to 15% on the purchase of parts, rather than having them marked up, 10 to 15%. So we do save money on parts too.
And the average shop labor, what is it running now? It's over $100 an hour.
So I think Doug, is between $85 and $105 an hour.
Yeah. So we're saving a ton of money just in that right there.
We are. We're way less than half in total mechanic rate than what it charges.
Yeah, so Sandy's point's important then, because I made an assumption, unfortunately, and I shouldn't have, that the dollar amount in the September column here was what we were previously paying, which is really not right. See that amount?
Yeah, this one. Yeah, that's what we spent. That's what we're projected to spend this year. We didn't have this position on staff, so there weren't budget items or actual items for this. They were divided up in other departments and in other ways.
Got it. Yeah.
And it's not a total apples to apples comparison either, because we were doing only reactive maintenance. I mean, we were doing oil changes, obviously, but it mostly was we'd wait till something broke and then we'd get it fixed. And so, you know, we're being more proactive about that now, Sue, and the expectation is that that will reduce the overall cost of maintaining those vehicles over time, and reduce the operating cost over time.
Sure, but again, to Sandy's point, if you're just holding this piece of paper and looking at it, you're thinking, like I did, oh, we only paid 52,441, and now we're doing this. So it was a little, that was my fault misreading that. So thank you for that information.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, that's why we have the meetings to go through and understand what's there. So, you know, all good questions. All right. Any other questions on the auto? Okay, well, let's move on to the most interesting part of our projections for this year. All right, so I'm going to say it's fortunate for the COVID season that we weren't only restaurants. Restaurants were one of the hardest hit industries by COVID, and it certainly did a number on us. So you can see in 2018, which was fairly typical of our progression, and actually if you go back farther, which let me pull that up just real quick. I actually starts to get overwhelming if you look at all the different years of numbers, but when I do this, I actually go back to 2014, which is the year we started using our current accounting software, TOPS. But you can see that the trends for the Heron. So 7 years ago, right, when Dave came back, we did 667, then we did 744, then we did 870, then we did 922, then we did 985, and then, oh my goodness, what happened in 2019? We only did 813. Why? Well, the reason is COVID. We shut down the restaurants for a couple months, and we were on track actually to do over $1 million in sales in 2019. But COVID had that big of an impact so that it pushed us back, you know, to where we were 4 years previously. And that's also what impacted the cost so much and why there was such a big shift here to here. You know, where you can see that, you know, revenue had increased on a fairly consistent basis. This last fiscal year, again, we were open, we were closed, then we were open again, and then we were closed, and we only could do takeout, we could do dine-in. It was very, very unpredictable in this last year. And so costs were more than we had expected, and it was a tough year. So it makes it very, very difficult to forecast for the current year. So Dave and I talked quite extensively about this. We looked at our most recent months where we have been more open. We actually have our food revenue in February and March this year at the Heron was actually above what the food revenue was in the same period in 2018, which is astonishing given the limited service that we have available. We've seen huge increase in takeout, obviously, and based on what we're currently doing, and assuming that when we, the assumption here is that we can reopen for full service, hopefully on June 15th, which is what the current numbers look like, and in fact, California, I saw something today, California has the lowest rate of COVID anywhere in the country right now, on a percentage basis. So so I'm cautiously optimistic that we will be open for regular service at the projected time of June 15th, which would put us back to regular service for fiscal year 2021. Typically about about 2/3 of our revenue in the Heron comes from sales of food, and about 1/3 comes from sales of alcohol. Alcohol obviously has a better margin than food does. And that's one of the reasons we were hit so hard, on costs this year, in addition to increased labor costs. So what we looked at is what our sales are. Assumed that we would do 50% sales in alcohol. Or sorry, if not 50% sales, that we would do 33% sales in alcohol. And then the margins that we use for operating the restaurants is about 42% for cost of goods sold, and we run about 65% for loaded labor costs. And then expenses are up a bit from where they had been in past years, in particular looking at 2018. You'll see the revenue is actually fairly similar. And the cost of goods sold is fairly similar, and the labor costs are fairly similar. Up a bit because of minimum wage changes, et cetera. But I'm anticipating higher expenses because there are additional expenses for doing takeout, for example, all those little boxes that things go in, and a higher percentage of credit card sales, and a number of things like that. So this is a little different. You can't look at the last 2 years of what's happened in the Heron to make a projection for what the budget should be for the coming year. So we had to approach that one differently, which is why when you look at the details for the Heron and the cafe, you do not see estimates for each line item in the previous budget. All right, it doesn't have any predictive power because it doesn't. The history in this case, looking at the last 2 years, is not a good indicator of what we should expect in the coming year. So we approached that budgeting differently, and we also have more control over what we do here in the Heron and Cafe for revenue, for example, because if costs of food go up, we can adjust prices. But these are the numbers that we use, for predicting and modeling what it will cost to operate. If everything goes well, we could actually do quite a bit better than that. But right now we don't know. When we're fully open, will we maintain as much takeout and to-go service as we have in this last year? We don't know. Will alcohol sales come back to represent the same percentage of revenue that we've had in previous years? We don't know. So they're not guesses, okay? They're not guesses, but they are, they are educated estimates, but they are much less, certain than they have been in past years. That being said, we could do quite a bit better than this, but we don't want to anticipate that. We're going to have to wait and see how it goes. Maybe there's another COVID surge that happens in the fall, and we have to shut down again. We don't know right now, but I'm pretty confident that this is a reasonable budget and a reasonable estimate. And as we go through the year, if things change, we'll have to make adjustments. So hopefully that makes sense, and about why we approached budgeting the restaurants a little differently this year than we have in the past, and why we can't use the last 2 years of financial results to predict the next year.
Thank you, Jonathan. That was a question I was going to have, is why are those spots all blank? We weren't getting any comparison there. So
right, and that's Jen had the same question, and
that was going to be my question too.
Yeah.
How do you come up with an estimated thing if we can't say anything?
Yeah, so I knew that one would be question probably everybody had. So That's why this one, see, we're estimating on the current food sales, and we assume that we'll be fully reopened prior to the next fiscal year. Okay. And then alcohol sales, right? We're estimating that based on the historical sales as a percent of total revenue. Right. So if we go back and look at prior years like this one, right, that represents roughly 33%, roughly, of the food income, or the total sales, right? So that plus that, these two, is 888, right? $888,000. 276 is about 1/3 of that, right? And then we don't know what's going to happen with banquets this year. We've already had 2 this month. We have 2 more scheduled this month as well. But we'll have to see what happens on that. These events now tend to be smaller than they were in the past. So we're not making guesses. We're making educated predictions, and there is a rationale behind it. And I definitely, relied very strongly on Dave's experience with his, 30, 40 years of expertise in the restaurant industry. But when we start getting down to looking at, and the cost of sales for food and alcohol, those are set based on what they historically are. But when I get down to doing line item predictions for what we're going to do with staff or health insurance or, website maintenance or bank and credit card fees, there's so much variation that it's not predictive and it's not meaningful.
Jonathan, I'd like to say something, comment to all of this in general is that one thing, your conservative estimates are, I think, is the correct way to do it. Nobody has a crystal ball, but on the other hand, I do a lot of reading about different things, and one of the things that I see is a lot of pent-up demand for people just going out and getting out. And along with all the changes and improvements we've made and have planned to make in the food service, I think we will be pleasantly surprised, and I think we're going to have a good year. So I thank you for your conservative estimates, but I think you're going to be wrong.
I think so too. My best estimate is that we're going to have a good year. That's what the signs point to right now, Ken. But who knows what happens with COVID, right? Maybe we have to shut down again in September. And we want it. You can make a mistake either way, right? You can be too optimistic or too pessimistic. Well, if you're too optimistic, then you run out of money, right? And if you're too pessimistic, then you end up with extra money at the end of the year, and that's a much better. If you're going to have one or other of those problems, that's a better one to have. So, yeah.
Yep.
So
This is David. I guess we're getting close to done talking about at least the Blue Heron, but I want to include the cafe too. I want to congratulate you and everybody in our food service departments. I think they've done an outstanding job of keeping our restaurants going, giving great service and providing great food. There's been hundreds, if not thousands, of restaurants that have gone under. And, through very hard work on everybody's part, that has not happened to us. And I think again, like Ken said, we'll come back.
yeah, I do. I think so. I think so. There definitely is, some potential upside based on the numbers I'm presenting. I don't think there's a whole lot of downside unless something unexpected happens, like more COVID shutdowns. But we're also in a very unusual circumstance right now too. We're seeing huge variations in price of raw materials, not just for restaurants, but also for the construction industry, petroleum products. The supply chain is really messed up right now. In fact, I saw another article, I think last week, there's typically 1 or 2 boats waiting to unload off of, in LA Harbor. There were like 23 boats waiting to unload. The delay times for ordering new furniture, for example, are looking to be out 6 to 8 to 9 months. So there are really huge supply chain issues going on right now, and there's a lot of inflationary pressure right now. And so this year is and that can happen with food too, right? I mean, and it does, and it can change from week to week in terms of what things cost. And more often than not, they're going up right now instead of coming down. But like I said, based on Dave's expertise and his experience in the industry, based on my familiarity with forecasting for the heron in the past, I think these are reasonably good estimates of what we can expect. I don't think there's a whole lot of downside. There's some potential upside. We hope it goes that way, of course, but I think this is a fair way to budget.
Jonathan, can I have a quick question? I should have asked you this before, but
Of course.
as far as menu items and events, are there certain menu items or events that tend to be more profitable other than alcohol?
There is a different food mix, Kathy, and there is a different profit mix on different items on the menu. That's an area of Dave's expertise. He's actually very good at it, and that factors into how things are priced. But yes, some things are more profitable, some things are less profitable, but you adjust your menu item mix based to hit that target number, that 42% I was showing before for your food costs, and the 65% for labor costs. You adjust your menu mix, so that's the overall average. Some things might be 38%, some things might be 44%, but the average overall for the full menu mix is estimated to be a 42% cost of goods sold.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions about the heron in particular? Okay, well, let's move on to the cafe. Cafe is a similar story to what's going on in the Blue Heron. We have seen a lot more sales there. Obviously not right now at the moment while we're doing the refurbishment over there, but based on what was trending, that's what I have used for forecasting for the future. It's a relatively conservative estimate. You can see it's roughly where we were our last full year of operation, both for revenue, cost of goods sold, labor costs up slightly, expenses down. This was a little bit anomalous, so expenses are estimated to be a little lower than what they were in 2018, or I guess that was 2019. And so I think, again, we have a fairly conservative estimate of what we'll see at the cafe. But the other thing that's happening is they're doing more food service at the gas station too. So they just refurbished there. I think that could have some impact on our revenue numbers. And but these are good approximations based on the information we have available to us now. So any specific questions about the cafe budget?
I don't see that gas station affecting us much of any. Those people are very transient. They're in and out, grab and go, and that's not what we're doing at the cafe at all.
Yeah, I agree, and I think we will see an uptick in overall sales with the refurbishment, but again, like you said, we'd rather be on the conservative side when we prepare budgets than make sure we have enough operating capital to see the year through. So,
Jonathan, I have a question about the wages paid.
Mhm.
$200,000 increase this year as compared to last year. Am I reading that correctly?
Yeah, you're looking at these two lines, Kathy? The ones, well, that was last year's budget. Which one, where are we talking about?
Yeah, I'm looking at the line item budget report, proposal line detail budget report under wages paid for last year. 2020 budget was $125,000. And this year, the 2021 budget is $325,000. Some of that, I see you have a note that loaded labor cost $25,000 a month plus 2 extra payrolls. You see what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Okay. So here's the deal with that. You can't look for the restaurants. You can't look at labor costs separate from sales, because when you have lower sales, you have fewer people staffing, right? And then when you have higher sales, you hire more people. And so last year, when we did the projection for the budget for the cafe, we have very low sales per day, right? And we were open, fewer days per week than what we had been open before. And so your numbers are very different from last year's budget, because if we hit the sales numbers that we're projecting, there will be a lot more expense. And remember, this number here, Kathy, is also the equivalent of all these numbers, right? Of this one, right?
Yes.
So this one's not really 125. The total labor budget or total labor estimate last year was 174, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this year we're forecast it's roughly 241 is what we're projecting for the year. So it is an increase for this year, but we're also doing a lot more sales. And if you have more sales, you need more servers, and we're open more days of the year, more days of the week. Right? There was a large portion of time when the cafe was open reduced hours. Remember, we were open like 10 to 2 on only 5 days a week for a large portion of the COVID time. And so we had fewer labor hours because we were open less. So that's where the difference is. But if you go back to this year, you see that labor was 331, and
I'm looking at like 2018, of course, and 2019 preliminary. 2019 was 251, so about a $75,000 increase.
No, because you're not. You go back to the one I'm showing now, Kathy, because the detail one. Okay, the detail one. This line item. This line item here, right, the 174, that's looking at the 3 compared to the 325, or the 125 here compared to the 325 here, right? All these other numbers here, right? The 1,500, the 13, the 8, the 22, the 3,900, those are all other labor costs, right? Because I didn't break out each one to its individual component, this number is the estimate of all those. So it's not a direct comparison.
Yeah, I was just comparing it to, for instance, to the 2018 and the 2019 preliminary.
Sure, but the same thing's true there, right? So that's 263, but this was 16. There's $30,000 there. There's $20,000 there. There's $30,000 there for the different components of labor. So 30, 50, 80, 260, you're at 344, right? Just counting those. But because I didn't break it out individually, I did the loaded costs of labor.
Okay, thank you. It just looks like a considerable increase from, for instance, the 2019. Looks like a
That's
$75,000 increase.
that's why, Kathy, that's why I said if you look at the summary, that shows you the total labor costs, not looking at the individual components, because I didn't estimate the individual components of labor cost for this budget. But if you look at total labor cost, you actually see that's a decrease from 2018. It's a decrease from 2019. So it's estimated based on a percentage of sales. Okay, because I'm estimating we're going to sell less than we did in these two years, right? It's based on what our, current experience is. And so this number comes as a percentage of total food sales, right? If total food sales goes up, this number is going to go up too. If total food sales goes down, that number is going to go down too.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Jonathan, this is Doug.
Yeah.
I have a question just on the line items. I see on here where it says R&M equipment, R&M small tools. What is the R&M for?
Repair and maintenance.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and we have, and by the way, we have way too many accounts, in my opinion. That's something we want to clean up and simplify in as we make the transition for YLOA to new accounting software.
Okay, I was just curious what the R&M was for. That's all.
Yeah,
Now I know.
no, good question. Now you know. So, any other board questions about Cafe? Yeah, and so Ken, I know you have experience in the food industry too. The percentages that we use for cost of goods sold and labor costs and expense cost, these are not totally out of whack with what the rest of the world uses, with what the industry uses. So
yeah, I think a lot of people misunderstand that the more business you bring in, the more profit that you bring in, and that's not necessarily a good comparison, because it's not a linear sort of a thing.
right.
It costs you more to make more money because your cost of labor, your cost of goods, particularly your cost of labor goes up because you need more people to serve, to serve the food. And the cost of labor now is, as you know, is going up, and we have no control over that.
Yeah, we're very limited. So, yeah. Okay, so all right. So moving on then to Clubhouse. We can go into line item details. This is fairly predictable. What the labor cost is that's associated with the clubhouse is, since the clubhouse does not have its own dedicated staff, we use a portion of our maintenance department labor to manage the clubhouse. This is the regular activity of maintaining the clubhouse, cleaning the bathrooms, doing the floors, those kinds of things. What you would normally pay, if you had an employee in this department, okay? This does not count the repairs, right? The maintenance activities. It counts but it counts the regular labor. And so that's an allocation that comes from the salaries of the staff in the maintenance department. And it's basically an estimate of how much of their labor time is spent on regular clubhouse activities. But this one's fairly predictable, and don't expect a lot there. Any particular questions about line items for the clubhouse?
So you didn't previously allocate any labor charges to that, I'm assuming, because it's zero in 2018.
Yeah, Okay, this is what was left over, Sue, from, this was one of the big things that I thought was a problem with how our budgets were prepared previously. We would budget no labor for the clubhouse or the rec center or the swimming pool. What we would do is well, or even if we did budget it, it was, how do I explain this simply? So what we did, so we would give maintenance a budget, okay, for all their tasks. And we would say their budget was, say, $300,000. And then whenever they did anything for another department, okay, that department would be out 100% of the cost. So what would happen is the more work maintenance did for another department, the more maintenance looked like they were under their budget, because the budget number got moved, the expense got moved to the other department. And the more that department would look like they were spending more, even though they had no control over it. It probably will make more sense when we dig into the maintenance department, and I'll show you the line item details where we made that adjustment. It allows us to track it more clearly.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
Okay,
Jonathan, just one I'd like to call out is under the clubhouse, we have reduced cost for electricity.
Yes.
That's part of our remodel. That's part of our new air conditioning. That's part of our new lighting. That's part of all this fix our stuff work that's been done. That those can now be lowered, and it's saving us money.
Okay, so contingency. This is so last year. So contingency funds are basically for things that you have too high a degree of uncertainty about to put specifically into the budget, or it's for unanticipated expenses or opportunities. Okay, things that come up that you need to take care of that you didn't have a line item in your budget for. So we had $56,000, $57,000 of that last fiscal year. I'm projecting we use none of our contingency funds this year. We were able to cover all of it out of just our regular operating accounts. And we had a budget last year, which we had of 244, because we increased it with the anticipation of experiencing more COVID costs. We don't need to be that, have it that high this year. So I've dropped that back down to 175. And if there are years that we don't use it, then what happens is it stays in our operating income account and increases our operating reserves or our operating capital. That's actually important. One of the challenges we had when I got here is we did not have enough operating capital to function appropriately. For example, we were not funding in the current fiscal year, we were not fully funding the reserves or the PRP project. We were waiting until we got dues from next year, and then we were finishing funding in the current year. We're not doing that anymore. So so we have to account for, some extra in our operating, accounts, but it, because we need some fund availability to take care of the unpredictable stuff that happens during the year. But if that doesn't happen, then it stays in our operating accounts and reduces the amount of contingency funds we have to have in the future. When our operating account gets built up sufficiently, then we'll be able to, then basically the operating account holds the contingency funds. You don't have to keep estimating such a large number for contingency. But that's a couple of years before we get there. But for this year, I'm projecting 175 as funds available for unanticipated or unexpected expenses or opportunities. So ECC. So, yeah, actually, before that, any questions about contingency? Okay. Okay, ECC. So there has been some discussion about the role of ECC, and this actually ties in well to the contingency discussion we just had. So we've had an increase in ECC activity, and I know the ECC is discussing whether they're going to be more proactive, whether if they're going to change the way they're doing enforcement. I did not, and there was some discussion of adding additional ECC labor. Okay, I have not added the additional ECC labor into this budget proposal. The reason for that is the ECC has not made that determination yet. Okay, so that's exactly the kind of thing we would have contingency funds for. So if the ECC and the board in next fiscal year determine that they want to up enforcement, for example, and want to hire some additional labor, excuse me, that's what contingency funds would be available for. It would allow us to do that. Since we have not, excuse me, since we have not yet decided to do that, it would be inappropriate, in my opinion, to put that in the ECC budget, because that would mean we'd already decided to do it. Does that make sense?
Jonathan?
Yeah.
Just to make you aware, we have now changed to 2 meetings a month with ECC because of the volume of projects going on in the park, violations and things like that. So I would assume your staff, office staff and Bart are going to get a little busier. But how much busier? Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Right, and Doug, that's why I did when we talked about aerobics inspectors, because then if the ECC decides they're going to do that, right, not just get busier but be more proactive,
right?
Then we have to determine the best way to do that, which may be hiring more staff, or it may be leveraging our aerobics inspectors, for example, to help us gather ECC information. Right.
Okay. Right.
So which could offset. That's not the way we do it today, right? Right now, Bart goes back out and does the follow-up inspection.
Right. When there's a complaint filed.
Right. Or there was something requested and approved, and then we make sure it was done the way it was approved, right?
Correct.
Well, if we already have an aerobic / water meter reader inspector there, they could get pictures of that improvement and bring it back to the office, so Bart wouldn't have to take a special trip just to check that. Right, that's just an example, right? So we might choose to handle it that way. Since we don't know right now, right, that's why I haven't put it in here. But there are funds in our budget for making adjustments as we go through the year. So the board doesn't have to wait all year before they do something different, right? That's exactly what contingency is for.
Right, I understand that.
Yeah. So
I would just let you know that and the rest of the board members know that there has been a great increase in ECC activity.
yes, there certainly has. And then when we need to decide how to handle that from a staffing perspective, and how exactly, and also sorry, my brain's a little scattered at the moment, but also determine how the ECC wants to operate and how those responsibilities get divided up. So
right.
Okay. Any? Oh, go ahead, Doug.
I said that was it.
Okay. One last thing too. I know the ECC charges fees. This is anomalous year, okay? Many of those fees, okay, that were booked in that year, this is the kind of adjustment our accountants would do at the end of the year, because a lot of those fees will probably be waived since the people are now in compliance. So just because we charge a fee doesn't mean we collect a fee. So what we're really,
Jonathan, the ECC is, yes, we want compliance, but we will also we won't waive the whole fee, but we have to pay for all the admin costs that have been going on to keep track of the violations until they were fixed and everything else. So they will be charged for the violation, or not the violation, but at least the admin part of the fine.
yeah, absolutely, and totally appropriate. It just that this was anomalous in the amount that was charged, and that amount in that year was not, is not going to be what was collected. What we really want to estimate is what we think we're going to collect from a budget standpoint. And so I think this is a reasonable number for budgeting purposes. Again, it's fairly, in the whole scheme of things, guys, this is fairly small. One comment I wanted to make to help keep budget numbers in perspective is that the average household income in YLP is about $60,000 a year. That's the average, about roughly the median household income. Well, our budget is roughly $6 million a year, which is 100 times greater than the typical household budget, which is what we're mostly familiar with our own households, right? So if anytime you see a number that we're using in our reports, if you divide that by 100, that will give you a rough scale of what it would be like in your own personal budget. So for example, $5,000 divided by 100 is 50. So when you look at what we're spending, because we're a lot bigger than just one household, right? So just look at the number, divide by 100, and that will give you a rough approximation of what it would have been to do at your own house. Anyway, all right, any other ECC questions or comments? Okay, equestrian. So this number is, the last 2 years, labor was the labor had been lower. The actual labor had been lower. We budget for Bridget to work 20 hours, 20 hours a week. And in the last couple of years, she's worked quite a bit less than that. This year, she was on leave for a portion of the year, which is why this number was down. We really would like to have her be there, closer to the 20 hours a week, which is why it is budgeted this way. Something's funky in that revenue number, but again, it's not significant. But all our stalls are full. We do quite a bit more revenue than we used to in the equestrian center. And this labor cost represents Bridget's time, and also there are regular activities that our maintenance department does at the equestrian center. So there is an allocation for that, which we'll talk about when we get to the maintenance budget.
So I'm sorry, Jonathan. So the 21,000 projected for this year, that does not include the maintenance guys, does it?
Yes.
Oh, it does?
It does.
Wow.
Yeah.
We got quite a deal with Bridget.
Yeah, no, Bridget's, yep. It actually will make, I think, Kathy, it will make most sense when we look at the maintenance budget. And I'll show you how that gets moved. If you still have a question, then we'll come back and talk about it more. Is that fair?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Okay, so unless there are any other questions about equestrian, I'll move on to golf course. So, golf course, as we know, COVID actually turned out to be a blessing for golf. We had anticipated when we made our budget last year that the golf course would have reduced play. However, we actually ended up having increased play and increased revenue. So I'm anticipating this year that trend will continue based on what we've been seeing in the last couple months. So continuing to predict overall growth in golf course revenue. Cost of goods sold, we didn't think we were going to sell anything from the golf shop last year, so that's why that was budgeted at zero. In fact, we did sell some things, which is reflected in the revenue. But I am budgeting this year that we will, buy things that get sold. Labor costs are up primarily for two reasons. One is minimum wage is up 7% this year, and all of our golf course staff, virtually all of our golf course staff are at minimum wage. So whereas other departments you don't see wage change as much, at a golf course, the wages are going up 8% cost just because minimum wage has gone up. And also, as we're busier, we need to be staffed and work more hours. And so that's the reason for those two things. We're seeing an increase in the expected expense. The reason for that is we've had a 5-year contract for our maintenance with an outsourced company to provide golf course management and maintenance of the facility, not the golf course play itself, but the golf course itself. That 5-year contract was at a fixed rate. It is up this year, and that contract expires in October. So I'm anticipating that there will be an increase in the cost of that contract. We also have been investigating alternatives to provide that at a lower cost, or other ways to do it, or even other firms to partner with to do it. But at this point, I'm factoring in assumption that contract price will go up. And that's why those are the two things, the labor piece and the expense piece. I think there are opportunities to drive some more revenue at the golf course. But at this point, that's my best estimate of where we are.
Jonathan?
Yep.
I have a question for the water.
Yeah.
Only $1,000 on water, or budgeting $1,000 on water. I thought we get the water from the pond, right?
Yep.
So we disconnected that one. When we pumped the water up there, it was costing us less money to fill it and use that water than it was to get it through the service line that was at the golf course, correct?
Correct. So prior to that, the only source, we always used the water that was in the pond first.
Right.
That was naturally collected. But we had to we had to be prepared for what to do if we would run out of water.
Right.
That meant we had to have a service line connected to the water company all the time, even if we weren't using any water in a given month.
Right.
And the price for the service line is based on the size of the connection, right? And in order to get enough water when we did need it, we had to have it's a 2-inch connection. So the ready to serve fee for a 2-inch connection is more expensive than it is for a house. I think we're almost there. Yeah, there we go. So we were spending a lot more money, and then just to keep the service line connected, right? It was roughly, whether we used the water or didn't use the water. And
Well,
now,
we eliminated that service line, correct?
correct. However, if we pump water, there's an electricity cost associated with pumping water.
Okay.
Now, that's what that's for. That's why there still is some expense there, but it's significantly less than it has been historically.
Okay, gotcha.
And we get a bonus too for fire protection if we keep the pond full.
Yeah, and it looks better too. So
It looks better too.
It brings up golf sales because they lose more balls.
yes, there you go. This is in my opinion one of those win-win-win scenarios.
Right.
It costs us less money. It makes the golf course, more attractive, and it provides other community benefits too. So, yeah, but that's the reason, and that's a good point, Doug. Thank you for bringing that up. So, because we actually save several $1,000s a year. So.
I have just a quick question, Jonathan, while we were looking at that. The electric bill expected for the golf course is $27,500 budget for this upcoming year.
Yep.
So is the golf course and the fairway on 1 meter? Is that just 1 meter?
Yes, right now there's 1 meter and there's an allocation done between them. The golf course, a large part of this is the offsets the cost of, it is the cost of charging carts. And that's why electricity is high. You might go, well, what do we use electricity for at the golf course? The biggest part is charging the carts. And then we run the pumps to use the sprinklers.
But we also get money back for the charging of the carts from the fees
Correct.
to park the carts in the barn.
Correct. That's true too. Yep.
And along with that, we bought some new carts that are more efficient, being used more, cost less to charge. So we're gaining there also.
Correct. Yep. Correct.
And keep in mind, we have to pump the water into the pond and then pump the water out of the pond and into the sprinkler system, and that all takes electricity.
Yep. Yeah. The cost for pumping the water into the pond is reflected in this water cost. Because most of the time, a lot of the times that if the lake is full, we're going to be able to use the water that's there without having to, constantly pump. But usually when we get to the end of the season, we'll need to augment it. So. Okay, so maintenance. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry to interrupt. We had talked about taking a little break, and I'm wondering if this is a good time to do that. We have a couple of big sections coming up, maintenance, security, that might have a lot of questions. Is everybody okay taking a quick break right now? Yes?
Yes.
I vote for that. Yes. I need to go get something else to drink anyway.
Wet your whistle. It's 3:45. How about we head back this way at 5 minutes to 4 so that everybody's back by 4 o'clock? Good?
Good.
Okay.
If I may suggest, what you should do would be turn off your camera and your sound, not log out, because we may have problems if everybody logs out getting back in. So just turn off your camera, turn off your sound, and that way we know what you're doing when you go to the bathroom.
I got to run over town, so I got to go to a different place. I'll have to come back in.
Okay.
You got to go find more squirrels, Todd?
That's it. More squirrels, faster ones.
Okay, it looks like we're all back. Jonathan, did you make it back?
I did.
Okay, ready to rock and roll.
Okay, so maintenance. So this year, labor and maintenance is quite a bit less than we budgeted. There are two primary reasons for that. One is that we had work share savings, and the second is we had one of our longtime maintenance staff out on leave for an extended period. And because of that, our actual expenses in labor are significantly lower than what we had budgeted. And we are going to need to staff that position. And so that's why this year's maintenance labor budget is comparable to last year's budget. Still is slightly less than what we had done in 2019. And that also explains why the expenses, as we had budgeted for more materials for them doing some additional projects that they weren't able to do because of the increased labor. And so that's why I've maintained an expense budget similar to what the budget was last year, even though the actual expenditures this year are projected to be lower. When we're staffed fully, that means we're doing more projects and we're using more materials. So, this represents, in my mind, an appropriate balance between labor and expenses. And we can dig into the specifics and the details of that, though before we do that, I'll pause for questions. Okay, so move on here. I think, so this is one of the, so understanding the maintenance department, this is one of the biggest changes we made from how we used to do budgets before I was here to how we're doing budgets now. And you can see it reflected here where our actual wages paid, I'm looking at this number right here, that we got recorded were significantly different than our budget for the maintenance department, okay? The reason for that is that we would create a labor credit for every department that maintenance did work for. Well, what would happen then is it would look like maintenance came in way below their budget, and it would look like the other departments that they did work for came in way above their budget. And so it wasn't accurately reflecting what we truly spent on maintenance costs. And then there are two different kinds of maintenance costs that we have at our amenities. One is a true maintenance cost, like regular repeating labor, like using the maintenance staff hours to level the arena at the equestrian center, or to maintain the pool, or to do work at the rec center or at the clubhouse. And then there's a second type of maintenance work we do, which is repair. Okay, and so it did not present to me or the board or the community a good understanding of where our maintenance dollars were going, the way we used to keep track of this. So I changed that and have consolidated, and we present it now in a different way. So this is what we have for wages paid are the actual true wages paid to the maintenance staff. We then have a labor credit, okay, that is the regular activity that the maintenance department does for the other amenities. For example, there will be a labor cost for the pool. That will be that's part of the $65,000 labor credit for the maintenance budget. There's labor that the maintenance department does specifically for the clubhouse, cleaning the bathrooms, sweeping the floors, all of those kinds of things. That is represented as a labor cost for the clubhouse, and that number is reflected here in this labor credit. What's different is the repairs that are done. Those used to, like I said, get moved out of the maintenance department budget, and it would look like maintenance was way under budget and the other departments were way over budget. Well, we still want to keep track of where we're spending those labor hours and where we're spending those dollars. So we do that because we still do allocations for that, but we leave it within the maintenance department budget itself, and then we can go look at the individual charges for those line items. So that's the reason that looks very different than what it used to look like in the past. And just as an example, this shows you going back to the actual results from some years prior to my arrival, and you can see, we'll see wages paid, and you see, oh my goodness, how did we do that? And then you'll see these big labor credits, but they could have changed significantly from year to year, and it would then reduce the labor that was spent on maintenance when you would look at the income statements that came straight out of TOPS. So there is a real reason we made that change. It lets us track things much more accurately, and it also truly reflects the total amount of maintenance dollars that were spent. Okay, so any particular questions on that we haven't addressed?
So you're taking the maintenance labor, and then you're reallocating it back out to the certain departments, right? Based on
Correct.
what criteria? Square footage, hours, labor, or what? How?
Based
How
on,
do you calculate that?
yeah, based on hours, based on
Okay.
hours. So we say, okay, the janitorial service at the clubhouse is 15 hours a week.
Okay.
Okay. And so
Yeah.
then we take that labor cost. And so, you know, I present this as an aggregate number right here, but it is reflected in we'll go back up here and I'll show you. Clubhouse, almost there. There you go. So here's the labor allocation for the clubhouse.
Okay.
Right?
Got
And that is based
Yeah.
on the actual hours for the regular maintenance activities, not the repair activities.
Right.
Does that make sense? Yeah.
Yep.
And it is a little confusing because we still have all the same accounts and tops we had before.
Yeah.
So if you get an income statement out of tops, this is part of it's not an adjustment, it's a reclassification. And so it's one of the things I do when I prepare the income statement for the board so the numbers are consistent and we have a much better picture of what we're really spending and what places we're spending it. And when we make that switch to new accounting software, it will be a lot simpler to understand. We just had to work with what we had. So. Okay, and then similarly, you know, the pool is going to have a similar piece, right? So you saw Clubhouse had 40,000 of that 65. The pool, you know, the pool has a labor cost too, and that's the allocation. So $10,000 of the maintenance wages actually are spent working on the pool. And then we do have some other wages at the pool that are spent directly at the pool. Does that make sense?
And those
Yeah.
and those wages are the pool attendant and things like that.
Correct. Yep. And we'll get to pool in a minute, and I'll show you that. But there's two components that make that up, because the pool shares labor with the maintenance department, and that's how we handle keeping track of it, by taking the wages that are paid to a maintenance employee and doing an allocation based on the hours of time that they spend doing work for that amenity. Yeah, sounds complicated. It really is the purpose for it, but it does fairly accurately reflect what we actually spend of those labor dollars. So.
This is David. One clarification on this. The reason none of these other departments are big enough that they need their own dedicated maintenance person. You know, that's why the maintenance is consolidated and then utilized within the other areas where it's necessary. You know, we are sort of a small city, but you know, think about the pool. We have enough need to have a full-time maintenance person there? No. So that's why we have to do it this way, and that's why Jonathan has broken it down the way he has to make it more understandable for us.
Yeah, and more accurate. So, all right. Are there any other questions specifically about the maintenance line item details? Okay, so we will then move on to the pool. So last year we anticipated with COVID that the pool would not be open, and that we would not, you know, we were able to open it, and then because of that we did have some, you know, increased expenses. Our labor costs at the pool were slightly more than what we had allocated because we did some repairs, but we could go back and look at that maintenance detail, and we could see that reflected here. So we know which was regular maintenance and which was actually pool repairs. Anticipate that we'll be fully open this year. That we will generate some revenue from having Snack Shack open, and we will have some cost of goods sold because we will have to buy those things that we sell at the pool. I've anticipated having pool attendance from Memorial Day to Labor Day. We don't have to have pool attendance. I do think that it enhances the value of the amenity from both a safety standpoint and an enjoyment standpoint. It's nice to have the little snacks out there, etc. But then having a pool attendant available helps make sure people are following the rules, that safety is maintained. Basically, we budgeted 70 hours a week, budgeted at 10 hours a day, Monday or every day of the week from Memorial Day to Labor Day. So, and yes, that crosses over fiscal years, but.
So, Jonathan?
Yep.
I'm going to throw a dirt clod at you right now.
Sure.
We, a couple of years back, we put in a system whereby we didn't need a pool attendant. And we said we'd save so much money by having BizPin installed so that people could self-serve. And we wouldn't have to have a pool attendant. So now we're having a pool attendant.
I thought that was just lifeguards.
Yeah, that was lifeguards, because we couldn't have the pool open unless we had lifeguards present. And based on the number of lifeguards we had,
right,
and the increase that was happening in minimum wage, the equivalent labor costs for keeping the pool open would have been roughly $73,000 this year to do what we had been doing.
So the pool attendants have no role as lifesavers. Is that correct?
Correct. They are not lifeguards. They are pool attendants for helping and that's optional. We could have them or not have them. We had them last year, or not last year, the year before. Partially, it does still save us significant amounts of dollars on operating the pool. And it does allow us, the whole BizPin thing did allow us to have the pool open more hours and a longer, both for the season, and it allowed us to keep the pool open, the hot tub open year round. Otherwise, we would not have been able to have the pool open unless lifeguards were present. So, but it's certainly a good discussion point, Ken. I mean, that's an area we don't have to do. Yeah. So I mean, what are the board's thoughts on that? I mean, you guys, then that's up to you. This is my recommendation based on.
Well, yeah, I think so, because we're getting a lot of not so much life danger things, but you're getting people coming in that might not belong in there in the summer, and also you have like sometimes kids like running and things in there that might need stopped. I think it's a good idea to have somebody in there. Plus, they sell food. The food sales alone probably more than compensates their salary, I would think, or close.
Unfortunately, no on that. We don't make much on that food or sell a whole lot of it. But
one of the things that I think it's probably helpful and beneficial to the association in the sense of liability is we have the rule about the age the children have to be in order to have their parents, they have to have their parents
right.
with them. And if they don't, there's a potential issue there, and at least the attendants can help manage that situation.
And I agree with that. I know the BizPin stuff was put in there for good reason and good intent.
No, good. Thank you.
But having an attendant there is a good deterrent from some of the stuff that happened last or the year before last or whenever the Viz Pen started, there was a lot of riffraff going on, so.
Yeah, I
So
agree.
will the attendant have the ability to deny access to people who are trying to drop their kids off without the adult? Will they have the ability to do that?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And they can call security if there's an escalated issue as well.
Yeah, they're there basically to make sure people are following the rules and things operate smoothly, yeah, and then escalate issues to security if necessary and as needed. So, but I know it doesn't show up. I mean, to Ken's point, I know it doesn't show up here because you're going, well, gosh, $29,000 and labor was only $47,000 when we had lifeguards. The issue was that all those lifeguard hours would have been, be paid now at $3 more per hour than they were paid before. And it would have significantly increased the overall labor cost. So I think, if I remember correctly, we would have been at about $70,000 this year in labor costs. So we're still a lot under the labor costs from where we would have been had we not made the Viz Pen change.
Hey, Jonathan, does having a lifeguard or not having a lifeguard have any effect on our liability insurance?
Absolutely zero, Kathy. And that's a good question. It was one of the questions I had, and it would be a natural assumption to say it would reduce liability, but has absolutely zero on our premiums. And in fact, in discussion with the insurance company, they said it actually probably reduces our liability, because when you have lifeguards, you have what's called an affirmative obligation. And there's an expectation that we would be the ones keeping them safe. And if we didn't, we'd be more likely to get sued. It sounds backwards, right?
I actually
But yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's actually, for the association, it's actually safer from a liability standpoint to not have lifeguards. And the difference in insurance is zero. Insurance cost is zero. Any other specific questions about pool? Okay, we'll move on to Rec Center. So Rec Center, we make a little bit of revenue from selling light tokens, which helps offset the electricity costs of running the lights. The labor cost here, this is another department where they don't have dedicated employees. It's an allocation from the maintenance department based on the regular activities that we do at the Rec Center, which are, drag the field, make sure the sprinklers get turned on, turned off. There's a certain number of regular activities that happen there on an ongoing basis. I mean, that one's pretty sure there's hardly any change from prior years on that one. So unless anybody has specific questions, we'll move on to the road stuff.
Are we eventually going to put like a Viz Pen product there for the light system and like the entrance to Blackhawk?
That's an interesting question, Doug. I have to look to see if the cost is justified at the Rec Center. Think so when Rec Center pops up on our fix your stuff plan, and we reduce the cost of the light, which one of the things will be changing out the lights to LED lighting, which is much more cost effective. I don't know the answer to that one, but it's a good question.
Okay.
While you're talking about that, do the lights automatically turn off after a certain period of time, like they do at the tennis courts?
Yes.
They do? Okay.
Yes.
This is David, if I may. Under Rec Center licenses and permits is a significant drop of $725. Are we not being required to have certain licenses we used to have, or is there an explanation?
Yeah, so that one, David, was due. This is one of the things we discovered not too long ago that we were paying, because there used to be
The RV park.
RV park there, and we had to pay a
Yes.
separate licensing fee for the sewer
Okay.
system.
All right,
That
that's what it
sewer
is.
system is no longer there.
Yeah,
I mean, it's disconnected, and we've registered that we're no longer doing that, so we don't have to pay that fee. But that's
Okay.
where that came from. Good catch.
great. I wasn't sure that's what it was, but that's what I was asking. So that
Yep.
should be able to stay. In other words, it's not going to go back up on us because we no longer have that. Okay. To Doug's comment about putting a access, that I know of, there is not an entire fenced enclosure at the rec center. So we would have trouble doing an access unless we put in an entire fenced enclosure.
Yeah, I think he was also talking about the lights, though, just to have the light.
Access the rec was to turn to pay for the lights and
Okay.
know who is using them.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Any other questions, comments about rec center? Okay, so roads generates revenue when they do repairs for the water company. And you see it's fairly consistent. It's been fairly consistent at about $35,000 a year over the last couple of years. That is something in the future that we'll want to revisit in terms of how those charges are calculated. They're calculated based right now on a square footage and a defined rate. But the amount that we do is fairly consistent. Labor costs. So again, labor costs were down this year, primarily because of the work share program we were doing and a reduction in the number of hours that those employees worked. So I'm, calculating a slight bump in the labor costs based on them, going back to working more hours. And of course, we do have, a slight wage increase that will hit on the first of the year. But as you can see, it's fairly close to last year's budget, relatively minimal adjustment there. And then expenses are down in the budget a little bit based on what we've done this year. This is at any rate, I believe this is the appropriate percentage of expenses for materials and various things that they use for road repairs, based on them getting back up to full hours, non-work share hours. Does anybody want to have any questions about specific line item details?
I would just like to ask, you have down here for like where materials, you say asphalt prices have gone up 100%, but yet we're allocating the same amount of money. Shouldn't we put a little bit more money in there for the price of asphalt going up?
Yeah, and Doug, that's a great catch. And there's two things about that. Number one, oil prices had dropped precipitously at this time of the year last year. In fact, the oil futures were negative. Remember, with the COVID, a lot of oil tankers were actually staying off the shore, and they were even paying people, right, to find a place to put the production. And so that's what caused oil prices and asphalt, which is directly tied to oil prices, to drop at this time last year. It is up 100% from this time last year. It's not up 100% from what it normally is.
Okay.
So that's one. And two, we are going to get them using new techniques. This got interrupted. We were right in the middle of making some changes in the roads processes last year when COVID hit. So some of the techniques we're going to use are less expensive for materials than what we've used before. So we'll be able to do more surface area repairs but the materials costs will not increase in proportion to the area of repairs they do.
Okay.
So
I'm sorry.
I just was going to say, it's an estimate. It's an educated estimate. There are changes going on, but Doug, that was a great question and great pickup. And you obviously were reading the detail report. So.
And also with fuel costs, with the way, that's all tied to the oil prices. You're down almost, $1,900 in fuel costs from the last budget. That does, I think there should be a little more in there in fuel costs anyways.
Okay, let me pull that.
My question.
Yeah, let me pull that one up when, so Sandy, you had a question. Was yours the same question?
It was about the fuel, that you've got the fuel, you're saying fuel prices are up, but the amount you're budgeting for that is less than last year.
Okay, let me look at that, because that doesn't make logical sense. So let me see what okay, labor allocations, expenses, middle school signage, uniforms, vehicle fuel. Oh, the fuel. Okay, so the fuel prices are up from actual, right? They're lower than what we budgeted last year. But I'm expecting that we will spend more than last year, but not as much as we budgeted last year.
Okay.
Right. So you see, there still is an increase, right? If I look at the last 3-year trend, right, we were 12.5, 11.9, 11.3, right? And then I had budgeted 16 last year.
And if we only 12 of that 16, you're still increasing it to the 14 this year.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Correct. Yep. So, yeah, but hey, guys, I'm impressed. I'm glad you're paying attention to the details of this, because that's, that's exactly why we do it.
If I may.
Jonathan, go ahead, David.
All right. If I may also, one of the things that will potentially actually help with this is we have newer vehicles that are somewhat more efficient. Plus we have more vehicles now that we have, have purchased the two, to where they will not have to make as many trips to go get things done, because they can go out there with a larger truck or make one run rather than what we were doing, making 2 runs, and that we were putting more miles, using more fuel to get the work done. So there will be some savings, not a great amount, but some savings, because we have these new trucks.
Jonathan, this portion of the budget, as far as the roads, does not include any new road striping or actual replacement of the roads, does it?
Correct.
It's just regular maintenance. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. This is the regular. So I'll talk about that a little bit more, and that's a great point too. I'll talk about that a little bit more when we talk about the reserve pieces, and we talk about PRP. And this, the way this budget is presented is presenting the roads budget in the way it has traditionally been presented for comparison to prior years. Does that make sense? So, okay. Any other specific questions about roads?
Okay, one more. This is David. Hazmat disposal. We now have it at 0.
That's a good point. We didn't have any of that this year. Some of that material, David, we're recycling.
Yes. Okay.
And there may still be some. However, the total amount is pretty immaterial in the overall budget.
Okay, that's what I was figuring. Again, I'm bringing up a few of these things for the membership too. Oh my gosh, they're going to let hazardous material sit here? No, it's such a small amount that it's not worth mentioning in the budget.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so then moving on to security. So security generates some revenue by doing maintenance inspections of the water tanks and the water properties. Okay, so that's why they have a revenue component. Labor costs. Here is so this one is impacted on a couple things. One, our labor costs this year were significantly reduced, not only from work share, but also because we didn't have as many activities going on. So I had budgeted originally last year 274 for labor costs. We only did 233, but that was because we used so much less labor, not just because of work share, but because we didn't have activities at the clubhouse. We didn't have lots of other kinds of items going on. So this year's budget presumes that we will be, open. We will need, security hours more commensurate with what we had last year, or with what we have what we traditionally had. And okay, security is a department also where a large percentage of our staff are paid at minimum wage or very close to minimum wage. And so this has a bigger impact, minimum wage increase has a bigger impact on labor costs in security than it does in some of our other departments. Because from last year's budget to this year's budget is roughly, there's a roughly 10% increase there, right? But half of that is related almost directly to just changes in minimum wage and labor costs. And the other piece of it is we have had, and it's not just us, but in conversations and discussions with with Highway Patrol and with the Sheriff's Department, there has been an increased amount of vandalism and crime, not just here, but throughout the whole area. In fact, the Sheriff's Department says they're not at this point dispatching single sheriffs to calls. They're doubling them up. And so given that, we had the break-in at the gas station, we had some thefts that have happened in the park. We've seen an uptick in crime also. Again, not just here, but it just seems to be going on, with other departments in other areas as well. So I've also increased the number of labor hours that we traditionally have, so that when we're having events, that we have a dedicated security guard at the event here at the clubhouse, while still having another guard available to respond to events that happen in the park. My perception is that we need to maintain a presence as a deterrent, and that is the reason why there's this department, unlike most of the other departments, the labor change is more significant.
It's probably worth noting too, on a per capita basis, we have a very low crime rate here, but that doesn't mean we don't have any crime. So not to scare people that there's a big crime wave going on, but on the other hand, we don't have a lot of crime in YLP.
True. We've seen, and it had been fairly, when we have.
And I'd add too that I think our security system that we have here is a fairly large deterrent.
Yeah, I agree with you, Ken, that it definitely does act as a deterrent, that without that it would definitely be higher. We find that incidents tend to happen in waves too. I'll tell you what, Tammy actually is very, very good at figuring out what people in the park are involved in the shady stuff, and she does pretty good at uncovering where that is and working with the sheriff's department to get that addressed. Those investigations sometimes take quite a bit of time, but I don't know if people remember, we did have at least when I got here, we had quite a few issues with mailbox theft. Tammy and our security department were instrumental in helping the sheriff's department bust that ring up. And so there is a value that security adds on that point. Of all the departments we have, this one tends to swing the hottest and coldest based on how residents perceive the value. Some people think security is our most important department. Some people think it's our least important department. But I do personally believe that they add a lot of value and help control the amount of crime we do have. They help us respond to it when we do have issues. They act as liaisons with emergency staff and emergency services, and we are required when we have certain events at the clubhouse, for example, to have security guards present at those events. But that represents the reason why this number is pretty significantly different than it was last year and even in last year's budget. So, any questions about the particulars of this?
Jonathan, just for information, how many security guards do we have?
Let me just look at. Yeah, hold on just a second. I'll tell you what because we're low right now, because we don't have events.
Oh, gotcha.
Right. So I'm want to double check. Want to double check for the positions we've got
I
here.
think 5, Jonathan, right now.
Hey, careful, it's a public forum.
Yeah. Yeah, we do. We have budgeted for 5 full-time and 2 part-time event guards.
Thank you.
In this budget. And they work shifted schedules to provide coverage at various times of the day. So, all right. So tennis. This one's an easy one. There's not a whole lot that goes on there. Labor cost is minimal. That's again an allocation from our maintenance department. I mean, it's so small, it's almost not even worth putting there, but obviously there's some cost there. And then the expenses are primarily a proportion. There's some electricity expenses, but most of it's related to the allocation of insurance and property taxes. That makes up 80% of that $5,000 is made up of insurance costs and property taxes. So it doesn't cost us a lot to keep those tennis courts operating. And most of the rest of the other is electricity. So any specific questions about the tennis courts? Okay, so thank you guys for going through this piece. This is obviously the bulk, this is our operational budget. And thank you guys for the questions that you asked. I really appreciate, I really appreciate the board going through it in such detail and asking questions about specific line items. That helps double check me. And it always is great to improve the understanding of why the numbers are what the numbers are and how we get to them. So Sandy, before we move to, hold on, let me put that back. I got that one. Okay, so then we'll move on to the reserve funding. And so this, okay, we're back to the summary budget, right, for the YLOA as a whole. So this budget represents what our regular operational costs are. This number here, this operating income, okay, it's not like we don't exist to make a profit, but we do other things besides just operate our amenities. And that's what this number is for. So this number is used for funding reserves and PRP. Okay, so that's 1145,743 in the budget. You'll see here 1145,743. So this is how I recommend we allocate that operating income to funding the reserves for the various reserves that we have. Sandy, I'm going to suggest, if the board is willing, if we could take because I expect we'll have some deeper discussions here, might be worth taking another 10-minute break.
Break? Yep, no problem. It is 4:43. Let's get back 4:43. Let's try to get back 5 to 5. Sound good?
Sounds good.
I must be done. It's 8 o'clock.
Stick around, Todd. Okay, 5 minutes to 5. We'll come back. Okay, we're almost there. We're wait, looks like Ken's not back yet. Give him a second here. Okay, it looks like we're all here.
Okie doke. All right, so to remember, so this number here represents our operational budget, with the operating income representing the funds that go to reserves and PRP. That's why there's, it's not just zero. So this is the same number that was on that page. Based on what our various needs and current account balances are, my recommendation is that we take $450,000 of that to fund general reserves, that we take $300,000 of that to fund road reserves, that we put $7,500 into an account called capital reserve. We don't currently have a capital reserve account, though this would typically be an account that an HOA would have. The difference for capital reserves is that would be for doing new things as opposed to repairing or maintaining things that you already have. And then I'm proposing we put the balance of that, or $388,243, into our PPP funding. Here's what I recommend for. Yep, question?
You mean PRP?
PRP? You mean PRP?
PRP, for sure it's PRP. Yeah, no PP. And it does say PRP, I just misspoke. That's because I'm.
And can you, that capital reserve fund, that $7,500 is basically like another contingency fund?
It's yes. Let's talk about that, Doug, when we get to that one on the list.
I thought you were going down to the next box. That's why I wanted to say something about that one, but I'll wait.
Yeah, we will. We'll get to a detail box for that, and I'll explain what that is and why we should have that kind of an account.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, so for general reserves, my recommendation is $450,000 of funding in the fiscal year 2021. We have an estimated beginning balance at which would be July 1st, after we fully fund our current reserves for this year, of $612,000. I am proposing that we take $75,000 of that fund to go to Cafe Phase 2. It should say Cafe Golf Course. The board might recall that our Fix Our Stuff plan called for $300,000 to be allocated to that amenity, or to each as part of the Fix Our Stuff plan. We spend $300,000 a year on cleaning up old things and handling deferred maintenance. And last year, due to COVID and the uncertainty around COVID, we reduced the funding for that project from $300 to $225. These are the things that we need to do. It would be a golf course starting shack, and it would be the things outside of the physical existing cafe, which include some concrete work that needs to be done, some parking lot work that needs to be done, and the installation of the ADA bathroom. We were originally going to change the bathrooms inside the cafe. We found that was very problematic and was going to be very expensive. So we made the switch strategically to add a dedicated ADA compliant bathroom next to the patio in the cart barn there. And so these funds would be used for those, for those things. We have $300,000. Yeah, question?
I hate to interrupt, but I thought that, I know that the scope of the bathroom has changed, but I thought last year when we talked about the budget for this current year, that the bathroom was included in that, was it $235,000 or 225?
It's 225.
225. I thought the bathroom was included in that 225,000 for this.
Yes, it was, and that bathroom would have been in that phase of inside the building, but since it's not inside the building, things shifted around. And so we make estimates of what we're going to do, and then we do as much as we can with the dollars, with the dollars that we have. And that was one of those things that changed.
So yeah, I've been involved with that thought process there, and we put a lot of thought into it over many weeks. And Jonathan finally, had a light bulb moment, and let's do something completely different. And the net effect of that is like he said, the way that we thought we were going to do it was going to be cost prohibitive by far. This is the cheaper way to do it.
May I ask another question? I'm sorry, but so this additional $75,000, is that going to include anything to do with the structural issues with that beam that's bowed?
Kathy, we had that beam checked, and the beam is within specs, so we'll continue to watch it. But the deflection that exists in that beam currently is still within specs. So there's nothing that we have to do with it right now. But we did check it out.
I looked at it too. It's suffering from old age, so to speak. It's just sagging. It hasn't reached its limit of
attractive, but it's not unsafe.
No, it hasn't. It hasn't reached its limit of elasticity yet.
So Jonathan, can I clarify that what, and maybe, I don't know, this might be what Kathy's talking about, but we were allowing the 300,000 originally and bumped it back to 225 last year. So we're not really going another extra 75,000, right?
Correct.
And this is not all going for the bathroom. This is going for, like he said, cement work, parking lot work, if I'm on track.
Yeah, you're totally on track, Sandy. So what happened is we actually started the permit process on the cafe project last July. Okay, we started it really early. And we had engineered plans drawn up, and we applied for a permit with the County of Madera. And going through that process, they wanted a more comprehensive plan than what our drafter / architect had provided. And the draftsman we had said he wasn't equipped to do that farther scope of service. That also was impacted by the fact that County of Madera now outsources their ADA review. And so that actually is much more stringent than it used to be, the number of things they look at and the time it takes to have it done. So we then tried to hire a second architect, which we did hire in the fall. And they started to work on the project, and then they had a COVID outbreak in their office, and they turned down the project. They gave us a recommendation to a third architect who we talked to, and who was not interested in taking on this project. So at that point, we shifted gears to because we didn't want to just leave the whole thing on hold, but we shifted gears to work on those things that required only over-the-counter permits, that didn't require, the long ADA review process and the whole, because that was going to take us another 3, 4, or 5 months to get approval. And we didn't want to hold up the rest of the project. So we adjusted it. We adapted to the circumstances, which is what we do, so that we could make certain progress and still deliver on at least a portion of what we plan to do. And so that's what we're doing in the cafe right now. Are many things that were on the list already, but based on what we discovered with the bathroom plans, and with the way the approval process was going, and the difficulty of having a architectural firm to take on that project that was willing to take it on at the time, and the amount of time it would have taken to get permits before we could start, we adjusted. But there's not additional funds over and above what the original Fix Our Stuff plan was. We'd only funded 225 last year because we left additional funds in reserve because we didn't know what was going on with COVID. So I'm asking that we just basically go back and finish the plan we originally had from a dollar perspective. The actual implementation again was impacted based on what happened during the year. So.
May I rudely interrupt on this one? So of the 225,000 for the fairway, how much have we spent this year, and will we finish what the scope of practice was, except for the change in the ADA bathroom? Will we be able to finish that in this fiscal year?
We will spend right about $225,000, and we will finish most of the items that were on the original proposed list, plus a couple different things that we adjusted, like AC. And I'd be happy to go through that in more detail, maybe give you a status update at the next board meeting in terms of exactly where we are and what's done. But we're pretty close to on track with what we had identified before. Like I said, with a couple adjustments because of what we ran into on the permitting process.
And I'm sorry, I do have one more question about that. Do we currently have an architect?
We do not.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Sure.
Does the work that we're doing with over-counter permits require an architect?
Nope.
Okay. Solves the problem of why.
And we've outsourced the work, right? We're not doing it in-house.
Correct. Most of the work, Sue, is outsourced to licensed general contractor.
Right.
There's a small portion of it that we're doing in-house, and that is since we're not making any structural or plumbing changes to the bathrooms, we're just making material updates. Our staff will take care of that part of it, then there's a cabinet piece that needs to be done. Corey will handle that part of it, and we are at this point on track to hit the 8-week schedule that the contractor gave us originally. In fact, we're slightly ahead of that, but I like Leighton's term, cautiously optimistic. I'm cautiously optimistic that we will have that work completed within the time frame that the contractor promised.
I stopped by there the other day and they are going gangbusters in there, though, I tell you that.
They are, and it looks way different, doesn't it?
Yep.
Already. So yeah, and just FYI, this is an important thing I think the board and the community should understand. We have found a number of things that represented actually significant dangers. We're lucky in fact, that we found both wires. We found things that were, not up to code. There was no insulation in the walls. For example, they were just framed and empty. Any number of things like that. It's kind of like at the clubhouse. We found soft spots in the roof that had we not fixed them, it's quite possible they would have collapsed. We found soft spots in the floor where we had to raise up the building to replace certain joists. If we don't fix those things, they could lead to catastrophic failure. It is part of the reason, with Kathy's comment about the other beam in the cafe, that we did take a look at it to make sure that it didn't represent something unsafe at this point. It is unsightly, but the information we got back was that it was that it was still within tolerances and it wasn't unsafe. But there are other things that are unsafe. So there's, I don't have a full list in front of me of all the things that we discovered in the walls at the cafe so far. But it's good that we caught them. That we're actually lucky that we didn't have bad stuff happen.
That's truly deferred maintenance.
Yeah.
Maintenance, what happens?
Yeah.
A lot of it's deferred maintenance, but a lot of it's also, fixing what was done wrong in the first place. I've counted 5 different structures in just the cafe alone. And back to that beam, they went on the cheap with it. It could have been upsized another size larger, and it probably wouldn't have sagged as much, but they did the minimum. Whoever did it, it's been years, but the beam is in no danger of collapsing catastrophically.
Yeah, and that's an important point. I think that for the board and the community, I mean, what the strategy that we used in the past seems to consistently have been to do things as cheap as possible. Well, it may save you cash in the short term, but it's not the most cost efficient way to do things in the long term. It doesn't actually meet the best interest of the community and the community members to do things as cheap as possible. We're not talking building the Taj Mahal, but we're talking building and doing things right and doing it at a quality level in an affordable way. Trying to do things as cheap as possible is not smart spending. And it often leads to problems later. So, okay, so we would be ready for the 3rd year of Fix Our Stuff plan with this budget. So there's $300,000 for the pool and the tennis courts. Given the volatility of prices and materials right now, I didn't lay out a detailed cost estimates of the various components of the Fix Our Stuff plan for the pool and the tennis courts. I will share those major components with you, but this is going to be another one of those ones where we will have to refine that as we go through the year, because the prices are fairly volatile on some of these things right now. And so if prices go up, we're not saying increase the budget. We're saying let's do the things that we can do for $300,000. If less, if we can. But if there are things we can't do, we'll use that money as most efficiently as possible. And then address other things if we can't get them done with that. But the major things we want to do at the pool are replacing the fence, fixing the deck, installing heat pumps, which is the equivalent of pool heaters. We want to update the shade covers and lounge chairs. The bathrooms can use a refresh and update. There is a crack in the line from the spa to the pool service center, so that deck is going to need to come up to find where that problem is. While we're doing that, it makes sense, in my view, to update the spa. And the kiddie pool right now is not used a lot, and it actually represents a risk, in my opinion. I think we would get much better results and better use from having a splash park. Tennis courts had been put on the list in the past years. The way we had proposed to fund it and the way we had structured our budgets at that time did not leave us with the operating capital or the cash to complete those projects. That's why they are embedded in this one. But this project would also include tennis court resurfacing, fixing, updating the tennis court lighting, and the gates at the tennis court. So,
hey, Jonathan, may I just let you know about something? As far as tennis courts resurfacing, if we keep the tennis courts in place and don't completely redo the concrete, it will, as it did last time we resurfaced it, it will immediately crack all over again. So resurfacing will not be adequate, and I think we'll be wasting our money. That's what we did last time, and they cracked in the exact same places within a year.
Those are asphalt, aren't they?
yeah, they're asphalt.
It's asphalt. The asphalt is cracked, I'm sure. And I don't know if there's water, what's causing the cracks, but they cracked in the exact same places as it did right before they resurfaced. You know, it was all cracked up, cracked up. Get it? It was cracked immediately after they resurfaced it. It's within a year.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what technique they used before when they did those repairs, Kathy. With asphalt, we should be able to cut out the sections where there are cracks, and using heat, you can tie them back together. But certainly we will look at that in great detail before we spend money on that, and we can certainly talk about that at you know, before we begin that piece of it. Because yeah, we don't want to do something, of course, that would then, you know, not produce a good long-term result. So that's good information to have. But like I said, guys, right now, you know, supply lines are short, material costs are in flux, you know, so you know, prices will be variable. Obviously, we'll provide much more detail on these, you know, on these things before we implement it. I'm just asking for the, you know, for the funding dollars of the Fix Our Stuff plan, and we will, you know, we'll go through the details of that with the, you know, with the board as we move forward. The other piece is that we have dump trucks that need to be replaced. We were able to get an extra year out of the large one that we have. It is out of compliance with the California Clean Air Act. It's just too old, even though the vehicle works fine. It's too old. And the small dump truck that is used by the roads department, which is their primary vehicle, it is years beyond needing replacement. So I am proposing that we allocate $150,000 for dump truck replacements. And that would come out of the general reserves. That would leave us with an estimated ending balance of $537,000. That's a net change of minus $75,000. This would be the first year since I've been here that number hasn't gone up. But sometimes your reserve numbers will fluctuate up and down depending on, you know, what year you need to do the replacements and what year and what you need to do. We're still trending in the right direction with general reserves, and anyway, that's my recommendation of that for this year.
Jonathan, if I could, before you go on to the next one, on the dump trucks, that's an integral part of being able to do anything with our roads, which will be as we get into the, you know, the future years to Fix Our Stuff when we really get busy, and he's going to show that on here, some equipment. to actually do real road rebuilding and reconstruction, we must have a usable dump truck of reasonable size. So it is an extremely important item that we do need.
So the dump trucks, won't they be coming out of the road reserves instead of the general reserve?
No, I'm proposing that I'm proposing that we take them out of the general reserves. General reserves can be used for any reserve project, any replacements of items we already have. I had suggested we had created a dedicated road reserves fund to start saving up money for the long-term repair of roads. We had not had funds, set aside specifically for that, so we don't have sufficient funds in a road reserves account, Kathy, in which to fund the dump trucks. And it's perfectly permissible to fund them from the general reserve. And that's my recommendation to do, because we need them. They are integral, as David said, to doing the work that we need to do.
If I may add to that, I indicated
I asked because the math doesn't quite figure as far as in this year's budget, because you said $450,000 for general reserve, 300 was for the tennis court and the pool, 75 was for the cafe phase 2. That's 375, and that 75 was going to stay into the reserves, I thought, and then that equals our 450. So I just was that the math didn't quite figure out.
No, the math absolutely works. What I'm proposing is that we fund $450,000. We're actually spending $525,000. So the idea with reserves is that you don't necessarily spend the exact amount you put into the reserve account in the year you put it in. Some years, it's like a savings account, right? Some years you put it in because you know you have a big expense coming up down the road. And then some years when you have that big expense, the balance in your reserve account goes down. So
okay. I see what you mean now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So the amount we have to put into reserves comes from this number right there from the operating amount, and that's what we generate in revenue and dues assessments. And then we spend, put money into each of the accounts, and then we spend money out of each account, and that balance in that account may go up or down by the end of the year. In this case, this one goes down.
If I may, just real quick on the comment about the trucks coming out of general, I indicated the dump truck is integral to being able to do roads, but it's not only utilized there. It is utilized by maintenance, and it's used by all the departments. So again, there isn't funding within roads reserve that can do that, because if you look, he's got 2 other pieces of equipment in there we do need that are dedicated to just roads. So that's why those would be out of the general fund as far as the dump truck.
And so then any other questions, comments about that? And then we can finish this up and then talk about, the reserve allocation overall if you guys want to. So I'm recommending that we put $300,000 into a dedicated roads reserve. That was an account that we opened last year to start saving up for handling the long-term roads projects that we're going to have. I think it's important to have those funds specifically allocated for that project. So we shouldn't use this for other things, even though we could use other money for this, but it helps improve clarity and visibility for the community. And they can see that we're, what we're doing and what we're spending on this. So we do have some, there was money that's being put into the roads reserves account this year out of this year's operating budget. And there are some expenses coming out this year. And those expenses have to do with having roads resealed and some road striping done, which we still anticipate happening in this fiscal year. I talked about more details of that at the regular board meeting, just given time constraints. But for next year, I propose that we spend $100,000 on road sealing, and we need to do an auto seal test. We had that in the budget for this year. We were not able to do that with COVID and all of the other things going on. So we took the dollars that were, allocated for the auto seal test and have them, going towards the road sealing, where we'll get more road sealing done. And so that we do need to plan, though, to do an auto seal test, because this is integral to our long-term roads replacement strategy. So that would, if we do fund this way, that would give us $177,000 in the roads reserve account at the end of the year, representing a net change of $125,000 positive. Capital reserves. All right, we do not currently have a capital reserves account. Typically an HOA would have a capital reserves account. This would be like a bank account that you were using for saving up money to do something, or buy something you don't already have. So where the reserve accounts, the general reserve account is dedicated and allocated to replacing those things that you already have, or enhancing or updating what you already have. So you cannot use reserve funds. So say we wanted to build a soccer field, you can't use your general reserve funds for building a soccer field because you don't already have one. So most associations set aside a dedicated account for capital reserves for potentially adding new things. So I am suggesting that we create an account for that we initially fund it with $7,500. And I am suggesting that, given all this COVID stuff, and not just given the COVID stuff, but I think it would be nice to add pedal boats and kayaks that could be used on our lake. They could be checked out by the pool attendants, and I think that would be a nice feature for our homeowners that they would enjoy and be able to use, and then would be here more often. So I recommend that we do that. That's up to the board. This is an example of a pedal boat. Example of a little sit on top kayak, and appropriate life jackets to go with that. I would also, just one more comment, Doug. I would also just like to add that, remember, when we're talking about comparing these kind of numbers to a household budget, you divide by 100 to get the equivalent amount. So this would be like deciding to spend, $50 out of our own household budget as a percentage of our total operating budget here. It really is very, very small overall. So
I know you're just using the paddle boats as an example, but I also know that we have signs around the lake saying that hazardous conditions exist, don't go in the water. So that would be a potential risk if, because often people fall out of paddle boards and pedal boats and kayaks and things like that. I know that was just an example.
Yeah, it's the water is not, is not safe for swimming. It's not like if you get in the water, you're going to, have serious health or deleterious effects. But I do hear what you're saying. But the lake is open for use of kayaks and boats and things like that. So, but it's a valid point, and the board will ultimately have to make that call.
Go ahead, Doug, and I'll go after you. Go ahead, Doug.
I think we should figure out a way to circulate the water and make the water a little cleaner. I think we would get more use out of a kayak and a paddle boat if the lake was a little more cleaner and was more, I want to say, presentable. But like with the 2 aerators we have in there now, they put air in the water, but they don't really circulate it enough to keep the algae down and this and that. We have to figure out a way to circulate it farther to keep all that away and make the lake a little more appealing, I should say, to be able to, I think we would get a lot of use out of the kayaks and the paddle boats if the was a little cleaner. That's all I say.
Well, we probably need to quit blowing the bird poop in there too then. If I should sweep it up, maybe.
And I think we need to get an agreement with the man upstairs for it to rain more.
Hey, Todd, get your granddaughter to do some dancing.
I got 2 now. We got twice the shot.
There you go.
And by the way, that represents this estimate right here represents three pedal boats and 10 kayaks. So anyway, that's my proposal. I do think it would be appreciated and used, and I also think it's something fun, and I think everybody could use a little bit of fun. But again, that's my recommendation. It ultimately is it's up to the board whether we want to fund this or whether we want to do this. Board could choose to fund the capital reserve account and defer what we do with it. But I do think we should set up a capital reserves account for many reasons. Like I said, almost all homeowners associations would have an account like this.
So we can approve it, but just not spend the money for exactly the paddle boats and that this year.
Correct. Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Okay, PRP funding. So my recommendation is to fund PRP to $388,243 this year. That's the balance of what we have left. The estimated beginning balance for the PRP account for fiscal year 2021 will be $575,000. We will have accumulated a lot of money in that account. We really don't need that much money for operations. So my proposal for PRP includes adding a new dedicated operator. Right now we rely on Jared to be the operator. We had that in the budget last year. However, given COVID situation and other things, we did not hire that position. That's part of why the beginning balance for PRP fund is so high this year versus last year. We have dedicated some funds for engineering. We actually had a meeting with an engineering firm earlier this week about doing some design and plans for the next piece of the pipeline project. I am allocating some dollars for purchase of additional pipe, for asphalt work, for equipment leases. We did this year pay off the trencher and the trencher and the backhoe, not the backhoe, sorry, the trencher and the loader. This is for the Mini X and the zipper portion of the lease. Fuel costs is typical and equipment maintenance and miscellaneous equipment. That actually gives us a total PRP budget for 2021 of $627,500. That's less than what I'm proposing we fund PRP this year. And that results in our PRP balance declining by $239,000. However, we still would be estimated to have $335,000 in that account at the end of next year. I really did think our meeting started at 3 o'clock today. Kathy asked some great questions about PRP, which I will endeavor to answer momentarily. But before I do that, any questions or comments about PRP recommendations specifically, or reserve recommendations in general.
I'd like to make a comment.
Yeah, I'll go after you. Go ahead, Ken.
I think it would be useful and an important piece of information for the community at large to understand exactly, well, not exactly, but in general terms at least, about what the scope of the work is and the cost associated with that. I mean, you know, most people, I don't think, really understand the cost involved of putting a piece of pipe in the ground, and you know, the challenges that we have, particularly here, that we're sitting on a pile of rocks basically. And you know, we get people that complain about some pretty trivial things. You know, why did you spend that few dollars here when we could put it towards the pipeline? And you know, this, of course, what you've just said here gives us some perspective, but you know, as far as how much are we getting for that is another part of that piece. That's what I have to say.
Sue, go ahead, Sue. You're next. I'll go after you.
Oh, okay. I agree with Ken, because if you've never been to a budget meeting or you don't understand the whole thing around PRP, you're going to be completely lost and misunderstand some line items like me. So, because I'm sitting here looking at what I got last year as a homeowner, my annual disclosure, and I'm looking at PRP funding, and at the top it says funding, $650,000. So now I'm looking at what your estimated beginning balance is, 575,198. Is that what was left out of the 650,000? Is that what you're saying, or am I missing the point here?
No, that's what's left in that account, Sue, after the funding surpluses over the last 5 years.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah, so this was a tricky process. So they started this project. We did not have dedicated funds available for this project. They started it and funded it out of our operating funds, right? And we started spending money on it before we had money set aside, like it was coming out of the current year's budget. But really, we need to think of this like a reserve account, right? So we should not ever fund these kind of projects out of our operating budget. We should always fund them out of the reserve account. And so the money goes into the reserve account, and then we spend the money out of there. And so the amount we put into that account every year may be higher or lower than what we actually spend. And then the balance in that account will go up or down. And part of that comes with when we spend these dollars, right? Because maybe we don't buy any pipe this year, but we got to buy a whole mess of it next year, right? And so you have to have money set aside to pay for it when you need it.
Okay.
But yeah, and I do understand how it is confusing. And there is another piece that I did want to address with the board in this meeting. The way that we operate, okay, is that almost all of our checks, right, are written out of a single checking account. Okay, this is not uncommon. A lot of businesses operate this way, and it's not wrong. Okay, but it has a couple disadvantages in terms of making the books easy to understand. And I'm going to pull up, this is not very nice and clean, but it doesn't look very pretty, but these are the numbers that I use to project the starting balances for those accounts. Okay. And I think it will help. Oh, where'd you go? I think it will help. Hold on, let me put this one back over here and find out why I did that. that's the wrong one. Hold on. There you go. I think that like I said, I think that it will help understand how these work. Like I said, it's not very pretty, but it was my working files. So
Yeah.
our this is our operating balance account, right? All of our cash at Rabobank and whatever the other one that's up there.
Mechanics, yeah.
Mechanics, yes, Mechanics Bank and the one up in Oakhurst. So on 3/1/2021, we had $1.578 million. Okay, we need to fund our reserves for fiscal year 2020. Right, that's going to take 300. We need to reimburse our reserve, our YLOA account for money we've already spent from the reserve account from the cafe, right? We already wrote checks out of our operating account, right? And so we need to reimburse our operating account from the reserve account, right? That's the 65,000 already. And it starts to get confusing, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And then we have 215,000 that needs to fund roads. We have $57,000 that we need to fund PRP that was the leftover funding from 2019. We usually finish that out when we finish taxes, right? Because there's a reconciliation that happens at the end. We have $157,000 that we need to do net funding to PRP this year. All right, and then we have, I'm estimating 116,000 of funding that needs to go to PRP between now and the end of this fiscal year. Okay, this gets really confusing and really messy, right? Because we're writing checks for these things out of our single checking account.
Yeah,
right?
that's bad. Yeah.
So it's not wrong, okay?
No.
A lot of businesses operate this way, but it's difficult to understand at a glance, right? And it raises questions about, well, did you fund this? I don't see that dollar amount there. And so and in the past, we didn't have enough money in each of these reserve accounts to actually write checks out of those reserve accounts for what we were spending. So we had no choice but to write it out of our operating account, or to write it out of our operating account to the other account and then spend it. And so my recommendation is that we make this cleaner and easier for people to understand, and we don't write checks, except in a few instances like payroll, where we're doing reimbursements back and forth between accounts. And I believe it will be a whole lot easier for people to understand. And much easier to include on a every month report, what's the status of this account and what funding is pending and what amount has been spent out of this account. Because right now, I don't know how much money we spent out of that PRP account until it's all reconciled, right? And I don't get those numbers until a couple months later, right? So it all gets reconciled and it all balances out in the end, okay? But it's very difficult for people to follow, and it raises questions and it causes some confusion. So here's our general reserve account. As of 2/28/2021, we had $542,000 in that account, okay? We have $300,000 that we approved to fund that account this year, right? We haven't moved those funds into that account. But we've already spent $65,000 out of that account, right, for the cafe remodel. And so I recommend that we do it this way, that we transfer the full amount of reserve funding, whether all at once or incrementally throughout the year, and then we don't write cafe expenses out of our operating account. We write it out of the reserve account, so that you don't see this money going back and forth. Again, there's no difference where we end up. It's just different in how easy it is to understand. But because that's how we've been doing it, that's, you know, that's how this is. So that's just how I ended up with an estimate at the end of this fiscal year of $612,000 in the cafe, at $612,000 in the general reserve account. Okay.
Now, is that because this is TOPS, and if the new accounting program goes in, would that be easier to keep track of?
No, we could do this in TOPS as well. It's because this was how we have done this historically, and because we were funding our reserves after the fact, Doug.
Okay.
And because we didn't have sufficient reserves or operating capital to pay for those things.
And that's also why we realigned our fiscal year with our.
That's part of it. That's part of it. That was actually for different purpose, but it's all of those things. What they have in common is making our financials easier to understand. Okay, for the casual users, an accountant or somebody trained in doing this stuff, right? They're not going to have a problem with it, but it just takes a lot of time to go look at it and figure it out. So my recommendation would be that we do not spend money out of our operating account for things which we have dedicated reserve accounts.
Okay.
And it will make it a whole lot easier to understand. So this is where I got the 612 in our general reserve at the end of the year, right? That's based on its current balance plus what we've not funded yet that was approved, minus what we've already paid out of our general account, plus the remaining amount that is going to be needed to pay for the refurbishment project. Okay. And so next year it would look like this. If we put 450 in and we took 75 out and 300 out and 150 out, we'd end up at 537. For road reserves, we have $215,000 that we need to fund for road reserves. Okay.
Hey, John, will we eventually get back to the water pipe?
Yep.
Talking about that, just because I have a couple questions.
Yep, we will. So this is the roads piece, but and then we spend this, you know, and then this was the proposed funding for this next fiscal year, and then this is what we'd spend, and then that's where we end up. Okay, for PRP, it looks like this right now. As of 2/28/2021, our PRP balance is 279, 287. Okay, and that shows right on the cash balances that we show every month. Okay, we have $57,000 remaining funding from last year that needs to come out of our operating account and move to PRP. That takes us to 336. Okay, then for the first from 7/1 to 2/28, okay, we have a net amount owed to fund PRP of 157. All right. The approved amount to fund PRP, right, was 620. I think it was 625, right? So 625 has to go over there for the whole year. But we did payroll out of our operating account. We paid for lease payments out of our operating account. We paid for other things out of our operating account. So there's a whole reconciliation sheet that says, oh, we owe PRP 157, right? That's the net we owe them to fund it fully. But like I said, it's confusing to understand, right? But this is how I got that number and where we end up with in PRP. So that one's not, like I said, this was a working sheet. That's not part of it. So those were different items for different things. So that's how I end up with, you know, that our estimated funding at the beginning of the year is 575, 198.40, which was what was which is where that number comes from.
Jonathan, yeah, I have a question. So I'm assuming it's because we have left over the 575 that we're only funding another 388,000 for this year?
Yes, because we're going to have 575 in that account. I'm proposing we spend 627 on that project. And then that will leave us with 335 in that account at the end of next year.
Okay, so we will still spend 627,000 on the pipeline project this year?
Yep, that's still the proposed budget for this year, but the balance in the fund will decrease from this year because we've been over for the last 5 years, right? We have a lot of extra money in there, more than what we need, given all of the different things that we need to keep track of.
And I know you'll answer the question I sent in to you about, I'm assuming we have so much money left over because we've gotten very little done on that pipeline project this year.
Well, so it's actually a combination of things. So the beginning of the year, we had $279,000 in that account from left over from previous years. Plus we had $57,000 in that account that it remains to be funded from the budget last year, which means that the beginning year balance for that account is $336,000. Okay, so that's what we have in there. That's what we had in there at the beginning of the year, or what we should have had in there at the beginning of the year. Okay, and then we have net funding of $157,000 from July through the end of February. So that's going to increase that balance so that today, when we're fully funded, we should actually have $493,000 in that account. It's all the money's in the bank. It's just it's in one account instead of another. And then I estimate that we've got the traffic control equipment to purchase minus 35, 1, 2, 3, and we've got another 116. 664 to fund. So we were at 335 and we're going to end at 575. That's $240,000 increase, right? So we should have started the year, the fully funded year. If it were fully funded last year, we would have started the year at $336,000. And based on what the funding was for this year and what we spent this year, I'm estimating that we end up at $575,000, which is an increase, all right, equals 575 minus 336. So that's an increase of $239,000, right? So why will we have increased 200 and oh, am I still here? Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, my phone's just getting tired. Where's the charging cord for this one? All right, I better talk fast, or I'll have to call in on another phone. So our budget last year, right, was $625,000. We're not spending all $625,000. We're spending 625 minus 239. So equals 625 minus 239. So I'm projecting that we spent 386,000 in PRP this year. Okay, even though we had a bigger budget than that, that's what I'm projecting our actual spending on that project for this year to be. All right, you guys with me so far?
Yeah.
On.
More or less. I know there's a lot of numbers tossed around. Sandy, can I ask for a 5-minute pause? I'm going to go get a different charging cord
Yeah,
to
absolutely.
hook my phone.
Would you guys like to take another quick break? Yes, I'm seeing yeses. So let's,
Yeah.
it's 5 minutes till 6. Let's come back at 5 after 6. 10 minutes. Yeah, time for one more cookie.
Only if you chew fast.
I know, I'm joking. Ken and Todd and Sue.
I'm here. I'm just moving around.
Okay. A little bit of yoga.
A little bit. I got kicked out of that saloon, so now I don't know where I'm going. Now I'm in my car.
Whatever works, Todd.
All right.
We're happy you're here.
The old City Hotel doesn't stay open like it used to.
Jeez.
You got to go find that local Cracker Barrel, man.
Yeah, I think there's probably a Crackle Barrel within 75 miles.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're all here. Ready for you now, Jonathan.
Okay. So now I got a charger hooked up so I can keep going as long as you guys want to keep going. So
I wouldn't make that statement.
well, you know, I'm a giver, David. I'm a giver. So
There comes a point when anyway, you got to regroup.
So do you
okay.
have more for us, Jonathan?
Yeah, couple more things. So okay, so Kathy had asked about square foot. So here's what we're just before we do this. Here's what we were talking about with the PRP account. When it is fully funded for last year, we would have started the year at $336,000 in that account. Okay. The net funding through February should be 157. Okay. The reason that number 157 is because, let's do this, equals this divided by 12, is because we said we're going to fund $52,000 a month, right? And that equals that times 8, okay? So that represents $416,000 of funding so far this year, right? If we were doing it on a monthly basis. And we're saying that the net that is to be funded is $157,000 for the first 8 months of this year, right? Which means that we spent so far on PRP this year, we spent $259,000. Those numbers don't, we still there? You guys still hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So those numbers don't immediately jump out, right? And so that's because of the way we're spending PRP money out of our operating account, right? And we're waiting until later to reimburse and fund it, okay? And again, the reason we did that in the first place is when we very first started the project, we didn't have any money in a PRP account. Okay, there was no PRP account then. There was just our operating account. And we put it in our, very similarly to how we used to put capital improvements in our operating budget, like the tennis courts, right? We'd say, oh, we're gonna fix the tennis courts this year, and here's $40,000 for that in our budget. But then we didn't get that $40,000 all up front at once. We got it partway, you know, a little bit throughout the year. So we were spending it before we had it, right? Before we received it from the homeowners as part of the dues in that year. And then if any surprises happen, you end up not having enough money to do what was approved in the budget. Okay, that was one of the major things we fixed when I presented when I presented the budget 2 years ago, is we fixed that. We don't do that anymore. We have money in those accounts to pay for what we're doing. But as I told the board then, it was going to take us a couple of years to catch up so that we had enough funds in those accounts to be spending from them before they were funded for the next year, right? So so then the next piece is that I estimate we'll have $116,000 roughly of additional net funding to put into the PRP account by the end of this year. Okay, so that's 116,665, which is an estimate, and that equals that thing, and that's where it gives us the 690 estimated for that. And then we have February, March, April, May, June. We have 4 more months to fund at $52,000. So okay, equals that times 4. Okay, so like I said, it gets very confusing because the dollars are coming out of one account and they're getting funded to another account, and then only the net balance is being transferred between them. Okay, there's nothing wrong with this. Okay, it's not illegal, it's not incompetent, it's not anything wrong with it at all. It is perfectly acceptable accounting practice. It just is difficult then for other people to follow it, right? And so that's why I recommend that we don't do that anymore. The other thing with PRP is that we have always reported PRP on a cash basis, whereas we do the rest of our accounts on an accrual basis. Okay. What that means is that it's very difficult to calculate from the PRP report. In fact, it's impossible to calculate from the PRP report what it actually cost us per square foot, because some of the dollars went to buy pipe, and that goes in inventory, which is an asset. Some of the dollars went to pay lease on equipment, which is an asset. It has a value because we could sell it for cash if we wanted to. So the only way to truly figure out and understand what it costs us per foot to do the installation is to couch that as an accrual. And again, we didn't start that way because we never had those accounts set up in that way before. Again, from an accounting standpoint, there's nothing wrong with it. It just like there wasn't anything wrong with how we used to keep track of maintenance before, the maintenance budget. It just doesn't let the numbers pop out in a way that's easy to understand and manage. Okay. So,
Jonathan, it's not where you're getting at is so it's easier to see if there's something going wrong.
well, and Doug, that it's easier to see what we actually spent and when we spent it.
Correct.
Okay. And that, yeah.
I was just, were you going to get to how many linear feet did we install this fiscal year so far?
Yes.
Okay.
So at any rate, to wrap this up, this part of it up, I think it's clear to the board and those watching that the way we have done this historically creates questions and causes some confusion. Okay, so my recommendation is that we don't do it this way anymore, and instead we do it in a way that's easy for people to see the numbers they expect, because we'll post the gross numbers rather than the net numbers when they get transferred between accounts. Okay, so that wraps up that piece. And then Kathy had a question about how many linear feet did we install with the pipeline project this year. And so this was an interesting year with COVID, number one, and you know, we were still in transition with Jared taking over management of the PRP team. So this year, this fiscal year, we've installed about 1,700 square feet or 1,700 linear feet of pipe on the project on Crystal Cave. At the rate that they are installing now, we anticipate about another 1,000 feet this year, this fiscal year, for an estimate of about 2,700 linear feet this year. The good news about that is that we've done that. We've done that with a smaller crew, and we've done that with fewer labor hours than it's taken us in the past to install that many feet. So we will be, all the old projects and the carryovers and all that stuff for PRP will be finished before this fiscal year ends, and starting next fiscal year, it will be a nice, clean, dedicated focus just on going forward with new installation on the pipeline project. I have in this budget hiring a dedicated operator, which right now we rely on Jared to do that, as well as manage the team, and as well he's involved in our roads department also, and he helps with a number of other things too. So that will free him up, so we're less dependent on him in the operating chair out there to keep keep production up. Not because he can't do it, just because he can also do so many other things.
Thank you, Jonathan.
And then Kathy, did you have some other, I think I saw in your email, you had a couple other questions too. I believe I've answered them, but if I haven't, please ask them.
I think that's it as far as you did, as far as the pipeline project. I had some questions about the payroll protection plan. I don't know if you'll talk.
Yep, we'll cover that in a minute when we wrap up the reserve pieces. So does any other board member have questions about recommendations for reserves, or for any of the accounts, or any other things that we've talked about?
I'm good.
Okay, so Kathy had a question, had also asked a question that she emailed me prior to the meeting about PRP, PPP funds. We got to change the name of one of those because I keep flipping them apart. But okay, so PPP funds at this point have never been included in our income. They are listed only as an asset in our bank account. And so they're not reflected in any of the budget information or the income statement information that I share with the board. That will only happen once the PPP funds are forgiven. And when the PPP funds are forgiven, then they will be treated as income, as special income to the association, and then would show up on that, and then they would show up as income in that period. But until they're forgiven, we should not spend that money, and we we have not. It's not included in any of the expenditures that I've proposed, to the board at any time. If the question is, what do I recommend we do with it when it is forgiven? It certainly deserves some additional discussion and conversation. My recommendation would be that we use a portion of it to fund PRP. We use a portion of it to fund, we use a portion of it to fund capital reserves, a portion to fund road reserves, and a portion to fund general reserves. We still overall are under reserved given all the projects that we need to do, because money had historically not been put away into our savings accounts for the future deferred maintenance that needed to be done. We are still behind in that, though we have made dramatic improvements in catching up and chipping away on taking care of that deferred maintenance. Yeah, and I think that's all I got, guys.
Just one more question, Jonathan. Do we have a ballpark figure as to when we're going to hear about that forgiveness of that PPP money?
Yeah, they most recently changed the forgiveness process in January of this year. About 4 weeks ago, I got contacted by our bank that they were ready for us to prepare the submittals to them, because we couldn't even turn it in before then. Obviously, we've been a little busy in the last month, but within the next 2 months, I anticipate completing that in cooperation with Jen and submitting that to our bank. It takes our bank has 30 days to do their review, and I believe that the SBA has up to 90 days to do their review. So we're still some months out for that whole process to happen, probably probably somewhere around the beginning of next year, when the forgiveness would be processed and the funds would be available to us.
Okay. Thank you, Jonathan. I'm sure you're tired. Little bit. Okay. So let's go ahead and move on.
Music industry.
What am I hearing? Let's go ahead and move on to the discussion period. Is there any discussion? Do board members, did you get your questions answered? Do you want to throw your opinion into the bucket? Is there anything to discuss?
This is David. I just would like to add a little bit to the PPP. I've been hearing some things about like that, somehow we have shorted our employees their pay or something. And Jonathan's given some recommendations to do with the money. We have been paying the ongoing bills of the association through our own funding. We have chosen to set this money aside because if it was not forgiven, we would have to pay it back. And if we'd been spending it all this time, then we would have to go out and do one heck of an increase in dues or something, an unbelievable cut in our budget. This was a very conscious decision that this money did not get spent. And the way that Jonathan is proposing that we do use it once it is forgiven is entirely legal. In fact, it's more than legal. We have been paying the bills we've been paying our employees out of our own funds. There's nothing that's been done that's somehow not how it like it's supposed to be done. If we're a multi-trillion-dollar, billion-dollar corporation, maybe we could have spent this money because we could afford to go ahead and give back $650,000. But we can't. afford to have to give that back, because we would have to give it back and then we'd have to raise our dues or do something otherwise. So it was a very conscious decision to do it this way, entirely legal, and was what was decided to do.
Yeah, and David, some of those comments may come from a misunderstanding of work-share. So just to clarify that, to participate in work-share, we had to reduce the regular employee hours by 10%. Okay, and the concept behind this is that by reducing the hours for all of our employees, it reduces our overall labor costs and allows us to keep everybody working. The benefit from the CARES Act was that if you participated in work-share, then employees participating in that qualified for reimbursement of wages by the federal government. So every one of our employees that participated in work-share will end up with more money in their pocket, substantially more money in their pocket than had they been working full-time at their regular wages. Now, there is a gap between when they get the disbursement of the work-share funds, because that is processed by the EDD, and so we don't have any control over the timing of that. But they will end up with more, far more than what they would have made just on wages. Well, the association also saved several $100,000 in labor costs. And for any employee that was in a tough financial position because of that, we have worked with them, in a number of cases to make sure that they were fine and had sufficient money to handle they had sufficient money to cover what they would have been making on their full wage. So.
Okay, Jonathan, if I can add one more. Some people have said, well, then we should reduce our dues by $650,000. This is a one-time thing. We can't reduce our dues by that amount because we'd have to increase them by that amount the next year.
Well, not only that, you'd have to double increase it, because
we have this to be able to utilize if it's forgiven. If it's not, we give it back. And your idea, I mean, again, I have experience as president of another association for 7 years, and I know I talk too much, but I ran multi-billion-dollar budgets for the military. You have to have reserves. You have to have, the government just prints money, but we have to have a way of doing these things. And to put this money into those reserves will get us started down the road of where we can do things for this place without having to raise our dues as much.
Thank you, David. Let me just do a little roundtable here, because I want everybody who might have something to say or comments to make or questions still to ask to have an opportunity to do that. So Ken, can I start with you? Comments, questions?
I think this is about as a comprehensive review of our financial state as we could expect, and then some. I've seen some from other associations that are basically 1 page long, and that are much larger than ours and have more money to take care of. I gave one to Jonathan today from another association that's bigger than ours, and it was so I appreciate all the work that he put into this, and I encourage everybody to ask questions if they don't understand it.
Thanks, Ken. Sue, do you have any comments, questions?
I'm always going to have questions, but it's part of the learning process here, and not just for me, but I think for a lot of people. I think it was I think it's all quite comprehensive. You just have to understand what each of these funds are for and how the money's allocated. So I don't really have any more questions, but I think Jonathan did a great job with this.
Thanks, Sue.
Yep.
Kathy, did you have any comments or more questions?
No, I think I asked enough questions. Thank you.
Doug?
No, I'm good. I asked the ones I needed to ask throughout the meeting.
What about Todd in the car?
Well, my only thing is, yeah, I think the board should kick around the idea if we want to go kayaks, paddle boats, which would be good. We might want to look at a couple other things. I know a lot of people were requesting dog parks and stuff too, so maybe we should kick that around a little bit before we decide how to spend that money. That's it.
Good thought. David, anything else?
No, and I will apologize for spouting off so much, but I just, there's good things going on here, like you said, and Jonathan's worked so hard for us, and so have all of our employees. I want to thank those that have, we've got 20 people consistently saying for this whole time, thank you for being here, because there's only 7 of us that are board members. So thank you for the rest of you that are here, and good place to live.
Thanks, David. Yeah, I just want to add that, and sorry, Doug, did I miss you?
No,
good?
you didn't miss him.
Oh, okay. I just want to add that I really appreciate the tremendous amount of work that Jonathan has put into this budget. This meeting has been really good. We've gotten a lot of information and really good questions asked to try to make some clarification, and totally agree with Sue. It's a learning curve, and it takes a lot of work to try to understand what's going on, and I think that Jonathan did a good job of laying it out for us. On the PPP funds, just a little comment there. The tremendous amount of work and study that has gone into figuring out whether or not we qualify for those funds, submitting requests for those funds, just the whole process. You can see how long this whole process has taken, and that Jonathan has stayed on top of all of the details of this as changes have come rapidly through the whole program, that and the work share too, working with employees through that process as well. Just want to thank him for that, because through the next step of the process of the forgiveness, the fact that we could benefit hugely by that $650,000 is just, it's a great situation for us. I don't have any other questions, and I have no more comments. If nobody has anything else to say, are we ready to take a vote on the budget?
Sandy, I have just one more comment.
Yes.
And when you talk about homeowners associations, and a lot of the tendency is to think, oh gosh, this is simple. This should be easy to keep track of. We have a $6 million budget, and we have over 70 full-time employees. We have 8 different departments, and accounting is not simple the way the accounting industry works, and a lot of these things you have to learn that way of thinking. I spent a lot of time going to school, a lot of time preparing budgets, doing startups, writing financial software. So I do understand this stuff in great detail. And there are many different ways that are acceptable ways to keep track of your books, okay? The thing that I am, most interested in, number one, is, do we have the cash to meet our current obligations? We didn't when I started, okay? We didn't have enough operating capital to even pay our current bills. Number two is, are we putting away enough money to pay for the other things that we need to do in the future, and the deferred maintenance that we have? that exists because we haven't done things in the past. There are many different ways to do that. We're trying to handle many different objectives simultaneously. We're working on, you can't just do one without the other because there's an interconnectivity between all of these things. So we really do try to strike a balance between all of the various things that we need to accomplish both today and for years in the future. And I want to thank the board specifically for the level of effort and detail that you put into this. The questions that you asked, I mean, it's clear you reviewed the information, you reviewed it in detail, and you asked really good questions. It's always fine to have questions. This stuff can be confusing. But thank you for that. I think it really shows a huge level of commitment, not just doing that, but being here in this meeting for 4.5 hours now. And I think that it was much more effective to do it in this way at this level rather than going line by line through the detailed budget, because you get so lost in the details that you miss the forest for the trees. And so just thank you for that. And if there are any other questions after this, I'm more than happy to address them.
Thank you, Jonathan.
I've got one more comment to make.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. No, we're here till
it just, we've got maybe a half a dozen people other than the board right now, and that's really, frankly, kind of disappointing to me that we don't have more participation from the community. But to those people who are here, we are volunteers for one thing, and we are also residents of YLP. We moved here just like you did because we wanted to. And we're on the board because we want to help. So, we get a lot of flack on social media in particular, but we're one of you. We want this place to be a good place to live. That's pure and simple. That's all what it's about. There's nothing, no other reason. So I hope people realize that we're your neighbors. We all live here. So thanks for listening.
Thanks, Ken.
May I add on to Ken's comments? Yes, thank you very much to the homeowners who are listening. Thankful to the homeowners who did advertise this meeting on social media. I would also, I think maybe next year the board could do a little bit better job as far as putting the meeting on probably a weekend or a little bit. I know it's so hard because this meeting is so long and we didn't want to stay up too late like we have for other meetings, but maybe if we made it a little bit more convenient for those people who are still working a 9-to-5 job so that they could attend. Anyways, but thank you to those who are here very much.
10 o'clock here.
I agree with both Ken and Kathy that it's nice to see the community join in and be engaged in the process as well. Jonathan, I would like to confirm that this meeting I know has been recorded and will be posted. Is that correct? Once we do finally get a budget approved?
Yes.
Okay. So for those who were not able to join us, they still can receive the information if they want to sit for 4.5 hours. It actually is really good information if to learn about what's going on with the homeowners association and how the money is managed. Important. It's very important.
And there's a little button you can use to speed up things about 2 times this regular speed too. So you get through it in 2 hours and 15 minutes.
You could listen to the chipmunks.
And then
Interesting.
skip the commercials too, and even make it even faster.
All right. Would somebody like to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead, David.
Go ahead, David.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt the budget as presented and the reserves funding as presented.
Do I have a second?
That.
Was that Doug? Who was that?
That was me. I'll second.
And seconded. Kathy, you want to go ahead and take a roll there?
Yes, motion to approve the budget. Sandy Eigenman,
Yes,
and do you want your vote recorded in the minutes?
sure.
Okay. Doug Dorsey,
Yes,
and do you want your vote recorded in the minutes?
sure. It's recorded on the tape. Why not put it in the minutes?
Exactly.
Kathy Miller votes no, and I do want my vote recorded in the minutes. Todd Benzie,
I'll vote yes, and you can record my vote.
okay. Sue Beck,
I'll vote yes and record it in the minutes.
Ken Sartain,
I vote yes, and you can put it in the minutes.
and David Mahan.
Yes, put it in the minutes.
Okay, 6-1.
All right, motion passes. That, unless anybody has any more comments, that's our agenda.
If I could just bring up real quick, as the president of the YSPUC, most of you are board members of that, although not all of you. We are having a executive session tomorrow. To receive notification of that. I believe Jonathan will be getting something to us with a number where we can, dial in to go to meeting, if that's correct.
Yeah, I did see part of it, but I didn't happen to notice the time tomorrow because we have another meeting also. What time is it tomorrow?
At 1 o'clock.
Oh, 1 o'clock. Okay, thank you.
Should be very.
It just take 5 minutes. It's really an administrative matter related to a contract. I would like to make one last comment, and that is, we really were in a financial mess a couple of years ago. We have made better progress than I expected at this point in time. The projections that we made for a 5-year plan, initially suggested we would need to do about a 5% increase each year in order to be able to fund all of the things we needed to be able to fund. The proposal last year was a lower increase than that, was 4.6%. And the proposal this year is 3.2%. It was $4.25 a month. So we've had a lot to do, a lot to accomplish. We've made very substantial progress towards improving our financials in every aspect of operations. And we've been able to do it. We've been able to do it faster with even less than what we had projected it would take when we started 3 years ago.
Thank you, Jonathan.
So let me ask a question. I'm sorry for my ignorance here or my not knowing this. So I know we only have a few other members on this call, but how is this communicated to the association about the approved budget and things like that? To just come out in an annual packet, or how does that work?
Yeah, usually Sue will do an announcement on YLP Life that the budget was adopted with a brief summary of what it was, And then it will be, there's a specific format in which we prepare the budget update for the community that goes in the annual packet.
Yeah, I was reading mine tonight.
Yeah, and it looks like, let me see.
Like this?
Yeah, it's, is it that one? No. That's last year's. I've got, well, I had one here. Let me see. Oh, there it is. It's a pro forma. It looks like this, and it shows department, and this is how we're required to present it.
Oh, right. Yep. The pro forma. Okay.
Yep.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's all go have some dinner.
Yep.
Got to
Meeting-
adjourn.
Guys, thank you.
Meeting adjourned at 6:46. 6:46.
Yes, thank you, Kathy.
You're
Good
welcome.
night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Thank you.
Good luck shooting tomorrow.
All right.